Welcome to Holiday Love Rats Exposed. Thanks to A True Story for covering these episodes. Yes, the majority of the women interviewed are two Bobs. However, the scenario is still the same.
The growing crime known as romance fraud is a global concern. In Bournemouth, care worker Julie is reminiscing with her friend Ben about her 2007 holiday to the Gambia, West Africa.
Why did you start to like Lamin?
He was a gentleman, wasn't he? He carried all my bags, my water.
During her holiday, Julie, who was 45 at the time, met 30-year-old Lamin.
He was very physically attractive, athletic, I thought very handsome. I was attracted to his humour and his friendliness, but I was still very cautious that it's just a holiday romance.
Look, Lamin lied.
After 3 failed marriages, Julie admits she was susceptible to Lamin's charm.
I was quite vulnerable, I was getting old. He made me feel like I was unique. I thought, maybe this is the man for me for the rest of my life.
No way.
And I thought, I can improve his life and his situation.
Julie and Lamin tied the knot, but their romance didn't last long.
We spent the whole of our honeymoon filling visa forms in. The whole honeymoon was destroyed. That little nagging thing in my head that was saying, are you doing the right thing or not? I wish I'd listened to it now. I felt neglected, I felt suspicious.
Julie deals with revelations about Lamin.
When I met Lamin, he promised me that he'd be there till the end of my days. I'd look after you, he said. So he hit the jackpot with me because I had a house, a job, I could afford to keep him.
Julie now wonders about the real reason Lamin entered a relationship with her.
Came for was a visa, passport, have a better life than he had there. It was his escape. He's got what he wanted, but it wasn't me.
It makes you think that he selected you.
And I'm a very kind of person. It's like I've got I listen or like mug written on my head.
No, I care.
I care, yeah. When it gets thrown back in your face, that's a hard one to deal with. I wouldn't let anyone move in on me again. No way.
I'm wondering whether it's more about learning to trust yourself, your choices and your understanding and gut instinct, as opposed to feeling like you can't have another relationship or move somebody into your world, which essentially means that Lamin's won. What has he taught you?
Not to rush into anything. You know, listening to that gut nagging feeling in your head, those doubts, just think a bit more about what the consequence can be.
Sure.
After. And to help people. Maybe it was a bit of a project that I could help this man out of poverty and help improve his life.
We have put all Julie's allegations to Lamin, but his reply was unsuitable for broadcast.
Oh my God.
The wedding photographs, I was happy, and I honestly thought he was too.
They don't love you, they don't care about you, all they care about is getting that money.
Greetings, family. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Welcome back to another Town Hall Talk discussion on Travel with Tay. Y'all know I'm Travel with Tay. Thank you so much for joining us. I am going to immediately bring my co-host in, the beautiful Mat on the Mat, also known as Miss L. If y'all are in the Gambia and y'all have not taken her water class, shame on you. Tete gonna beat you when she see you, okay? How are you, sister? Good evening.
Good evening. I am fine. Thank you. How are you?
I am well. Thank you so much for joining. I know it is 9 o'clock there. So we're gonna get it started. Thank you to everyone who will be joining us this evening. Thank you to everyone who will be watching the replay. I hope you enjoyed the intro. We're going to get into a lot of different things tonight. And first thing I want to say is. We're going to do a lot of disclaimers throughout this video, right, Miss L?
Yes.
And if my mic goes off, just let me know, y'all. Y'all know my mics be disrespectful. But we're going to do a lot of disclaimers. We will be saying a lot of disclaimers this evening. And we just want to start off by saying everything that we're saying with love, right? We would rather you all and all of us be prepared than not prepared. So we really don't care about your personal life. We just want to give you tools to make sure that you're safe and that the pattern that we're seeing does not continue to happen in the Gambia or in any other country in Africa. All right. Sister Anja, I'm just going to say Sister Anja Africa, she warned us. If y'all didn't see the video that I just dropped an hour before this, she warned us, did she not? Yeah. So I will be opening the platform. I will be opening my platform for the first time to the general public. And I just ask that everyone please come with respect. Please don't come with any disrespect because y'all know the ancestors, Jesus and the Prophet Muhammad they're still working on me, right? So I can't say that my snapback won't come for you. So let's just not even go down that road and we just give each other respect if you come on here. So let's just show each other respect so we don't have to go down that road. We did have a few speakers that on the schedule, but because of the OIC?
Yes, that is the OIC. And I'm not quite sure what the acronym stands for. I have not looked it up. The funny thing is OIC is the name of the highway. Am I right? Isn't Bertel Harding Highway also the OIC highway? So the OIC conference, I don't know. That was a discussion that I had with someone. I didn't take the time out to Google it, but there is a conference taking place this weekend. Today and tomorrow, there are dignitaries here from other countries. And so the conference that they're at is located in the Senegambia area. And so we are sharing, we are sharing our power with them so that they are comfortable in the space.
That's what I thought, because we do know that they can roll that electricity into different locations, which is so funny, right? So when we say that in America, we're like, wait, if they're doing it in a third world country, I know it can be done here.
They've done it. They've done it in the United States. They have.
Yes. So I did ask a Gambian. Would they share with me what the conference was? And he said, this is Pato Mafula, Pato Jallo. If y'all know Jallo, Jallo is Fula. If you hear Jallo surname, that's a Fula. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation. It says formerly the Organization of the Islamic Conference. So I guess it has to do with Islam. The organization states that this is the collective voice of the Muslim world and works to safeguard and protect the interests of Muslims in the world in the spirit of promoting international peace and harmony, which is, it's a great thing. It's just, for me, the Gambia and many countries in Africa are already taken care of when it comes to the organized religion side. So that's why I try to focus on other things, because we need to be balanced. That's just my opinion. We need to be balanced. I can't just have all religion and no education, because then people can control me. Right? But that's just my opinion.
No, I agree. And it's not with just Islam. It's with Christianity or any other type of organized religion. Sorry, family, don't get sensitive about it, but I'm an adult. I've given it some thought. I prefer the spirituality of it. I do understand I take some of that with me, which allows me to be more human and open to accept everyone as they are. And so that brings me back to our conversation, because there are people here that I socialize with in the Gambia, people that I see on a regular basis in the Gambia. I do not want anyone to feel hurtful or feel as if I am talking toward their situation, because that is not the case. And the reality is that we do have to talk about a disclaimer, and that happens on almost any YouTube channel when we're discussing relationships and men with women or religion. It always says this, not all. So we are not talking about all. If you're one of those that got a not all, not him, not us, I am so happy for you. I have been honored to see people in wonderful, strong, and safe and loving relationships. That makes me very excited. Unfortunately, the record shows, based on the documentation that you shared, that for a large majority, that is not the case. And that's what this topic is about. Also, let's talk also. It's not about what they're doing, it's about how we're going to move in order to be safe when we come here, because the women are still coming.
Nothing that's happened, nothing bad that's happening is stopping the women from coming. So and we're grateful for that, right?
Right.
And thank you for saying that, because we're not talking about everyone. Every man and every woman in the Gambia or abroad or in America is not a bumpster or a bumette. If you're a certain age, then we know I don't want no scrubs. We used to call them scrubs, right? So in the Gambia, they're bumpsters and bumettes. Let me just greet. Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining. Smiley Coast, Wendy Green. Thank you so much for hopping in, you all. Please remember to hit that like button, share this, and consider joining and subscribing to Miss L's channel. But you're right. You're right. So let me say, is it okay to have this conversation? You know, some may be triggered by some statements, but like I said before, I will say it's all coming from a place of love. It's all coming from a place of love. I'm sorry, Miss L, I cut you off.
No, you did not. What you're saying is what I was saying, and I will tell you, you and I know that this conversation is long coming. It's something that I think, I know me in my heart, I have been trying to avoid it. I did not want to talk about it. It wasn't my place to do so. It is a very sensitive topic, whether it is in Africa or in America. You know, certain things we do, whatever happens in the home stays at home, and the images that we share on our social media platforms show us just happy, peppy, and bursting with love. And what's happening behind doors may be very different.
Yeah.
The problem is, I think that we've reached a point where it's no longer our decision to say we don't want to talk about it. Not to get too spiritual, the ancestors, they're saying, look, those that have gone before us, those that have passed away here, they're saying it's time to be talked about. Now, with that being said, I'm not necessarily saying that those that passed away that I recently know of died from the hands of someone that they were in relationship with. I am not saying that. But what I'm saying is, as a single female in the Gambia, I am naturally concerned, but also on my P's and Q's about how to navigate in the country. And I think that it is important for me to share that with as many people that will listen.
Correct. Correct. Because we use our channel, we're on here, we're saying, come to Africa, right? Da, 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 da. And like I've been preaching from the time I got on this channel, Travel with Tay, that I cannot sit here and just give you the good and not the bad. We can't set you up for failure. And like you said, women, people are still coming, men and women. But like I'm going to say in my notes, I've never been a man. I've told y'all this before. I have never been a man. No trans anything over here, no disrespect. However, I can't speak for the men, right? So we will be talking to you all from our woman's vantage point, right? And I will be speaking from my specific vantage point, on my point of view, from me being a victim. If anything, look at the people that have been through something and say, I ain't gonna go down that road. Use my life as an example. I'm not happy that the past 4 years of my life is on YouTube. Absolutely not. But if it will help someone, then so be it. Because I could have ended up unalive. If the people that allegedly robbed me was trying to come back that night to do what? You took almost everything. And they're coming back with a friend. So we don't really, I'm going to say me. I don't really think about the unaliveness that we see in America there. But now, like Miss L said, it's time to have this conversation. So many of us have been having this conversation behind the scenes over and over and over. We've been having this conversation behind the scenes, and we're going to have, a town hall talk. We're going to have a discussion. We're going to have a panel because we need to let people know what's going on. So like you said, the ancestors have pushed us, and it's like, all right, let's get this done. We didn't want anything bad to happen to anyone. And like Miss L said, we don't know. We know the people that were unalive by force. We know that.
Right.
But any other ones, and we know the doctor that passed away on their own terms, right? Those are the two that I know that, okay, there are no questions, ifs, ands, or buts about what has happened to this person. But the rest of the people that passed away, there aren't any autopsies. We don't know. But we can listen to what they were saying, and we could look at what's happening and say, hey, look, we need to move this way. All right. So we want to start going into the questions, Miss L?
Oh, sure. Let's go into the questions.
Okay. So we'd like to pose some questions to the platform. I did put the StreamYard app in here, you all. It is, let me post it. It is in here. If anyone wants to come on, you will be in the green room and we'll let you in. We will be asking you who you are just to eliminate any nonsense, y'all, right? This is for the community. We just don't want any nonsense. So you can come on. If you don't want your face to be shown, we could just hear your voice. It's fine. So we're going to pose some questions and we're going to get into this. We have notes, but we're just going to wing it, right? Because we want to be as authentic as possible, right? I know, Miss L, we New Yorkers, right?
That's right.
So the first question is, when you meet a person, are you meeting them or their representative? Right? I had a conversation with a friend today, and that's what they were saying. And then when I looked at Sister Anja's video, that's the first thing she said. Are you meeting them or their representative? Because we know when we first meet someone, it's like, if it's a friend, whatever, you can see my crazy side, la, 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 you don't care. But if it's romantic, I'm going to show you my best. I'm not going to show you that I don't do anything with I'm not going to show you that, right? Because that's going to make you run away. Just hop in when you want, Miss L. Okay, just hop in when you want.
Okay. So, I do have a question. I have a comment about the representative. Let's look at the video that you showed before we came on.
Okay.
Two of the women said that there was some doubt, and yet they decided to ignore it because what? One of them said that she was getting older. I'm getting older. So I guess that meant she enjoyed the attention and the idea that somebody could have a loving feeling toward them. I'm going to go a little bit deeper. Some people may find this topic a little bit uncomfortable. There could have been a fetish. There could have been, look,
I feel you saw my eyes. It's just that didn't even come to my mind, but you're
we
right.
are talking, I'm looking at this from the viewpoint of this woman. The two people that were showcased were, non-melanated people, and they're coming here thinking, I'm going to get this fetishization on, I'm going to get this African ding-a-ling, choo-choo, all of that, and they're calling it love.
Correct.
And then I'm older. Also, she said, I can improve his life. Once you say that, it's a transaction. You first thought this could not be real. Maybe he wants something from me. But I can improve his life means I'm going to get something from him and he's going to get something from me. And then when the reality begins to become more obvious, when your money is gone, because she's talking about how she paid out for the visa and the this,
everything.
That's what she said. That meant getting him over and then moving him in. And there was one episode where a woman said, I realized when he met me, when I met him at the airport, he came with nothing, no suitcase. Or did you see that one? She was
like, he expected me to purchase him a whole new wardrobe.
Yes. And so what happens? These are adult women. You didn't think that further ahead of what this actually looks like. And please, this happens everywhere in America, in Jamaica, other places where older women who are more established, they could be retired, they have funds coming in on a regular basis, are attached to younger men. And there is what did she say? There was a come up. He talked about having that wedding certificate. It was the prize.
She said it was like his holy grail. He was celebrating with his friends. He wasn't celebrating with her.
That's right.
But that's something that you said. I can make his life better. I can improve his life. That is one thing that I think African Americans, it's just built in us. We always want to help. And sometimes we should, right? And it's not saying not being mean, but the reality is if we already come traveling to the continent, we're African Americans. They like, yo, we see them on TV. Now they here. Oh my God. Am I lying? Everybody want to be your friend. It's African American. Like we straight up celebrities, right?
That's right.
Now, with that being said, they already think we have money. Now we like, oh, here you go. Oh, sister, I need this. Oh, here you go. So we're creating this culture that we really shouldn't create. We already have a target on our back, and then we want to help. So the question, one of the questions I have, should we help? Because I don't give grown men money. You hear me say this all the time. People giving these grown men, 20 some odd years old, an allowance. Come on, man. We give allowance to children. The hell we giving
Okay.
allowances to grown men?
That's right.
How is that gonna make now? Why would he work? Oh, he'll work. He'll do a little bit. He knows that money is coming in. Why would he do anything?
So that's the interesting part, because I think that for Black women in a relationship with an African man or someone who they meet here in the Gambia, it's really about Black love. Because most Black women who are here from America wasn't giving no dude no money on the street. If you open the Citibank door for me, and then when I came out, and then he said, can you help a brother out? The answer is going to be, sorry, sir. I don't have it to give. I don't care if they just saw me withdraw money from the ATM. I don't have it to give to you. Now, when I was younger, that was the thing that they would do. You know how the bank would be closed on the weekends or at night. You put your ATM in and the door buzzes. Okay, so once I put my card in and the door buzzes, it don't take much for me to open the door myself. So for homie to be like, I got that for you, boo, just
like the people at the airport, they ain't moved not one luggage. They're like, hey, I want some. No.
That's right. So we are not really attracted to men like that. I don't want to treat a man like he's my son. We've already raised our children. If you're in your 50s and 60s, you have already raised your children. If you had boys, you already raised your sons. So you're not going to come here and feel like this is okay to, to do that again. But for me, I think it's the desire for Black love. It's normal for a Black woman and a Black man to be together. And so if I'm coming here to the continent, he's just an extension. And then, I'm just being real. I feel like the social media platforms, YouTube, Facebook, they have made hooking up with African men like
easy. They make it so easy. Hi, and they just hit you with the hi. Don't answer the hi, y'all. Do not answer the hi. Okay, they're just fishing.
I want a Nigerian wedding. If you watch Nollywood, they be getting down with these Nigerian weddings. The makeup is on fleek. The hair is on.
They put money on you, and the Gambia, the money's going to the musician, y'all.
Oh, does it?
I don't know why everybody want to be an athlete. They need to be a musician. They the ones that's making all the money.
No, could you see me being like, leave that money alone? That's mine. I didn't know that was for that musician. No. That is my money. I'm the bride. They threw that at me.
Okay. Yeah.
But seriously, those are the see, this sister here says she's guilty. I love blessing people. And there's nothing wrong with blessing people. And we want to continue blessing people. Here's the problem. The minute you do that, they start to think that you're in a relationship.
So you got to be mindful of who you bless. Now, the priceless one, welcome. It's always a pleasure to see your name on here. I only bless children and the disabled, right? Okay. If I see, the crazy thing is not a bunch of women. Do you find that a bunch of women walk up to you, Miss L, and say, hey, can I have some money? Or I don't find that. No. I find the mothers with the children sitting out in front of the ATM, and I come out, they're like, I'm like, sorry, sister. If I have coins, I will give coins to the children. But I'm like, look, this may sound harsh as hell, y'all. I'm sorry. But what I never understood when I went to Namibia the first time, and I was at the SOS Children's Village, Andangwa, and there was a community development, and we went out into the village, right? Where you see the bottle store. It is a bar, but they don't have any running water, and it's the It's the sheds, it's the tin shed. It's not the homes, right? So you know that they are financially deprived, right? Now, the woman pregnant. They're like, oh, can you? I'm standing there. I'm like, can I record? She was like, sure. Yeah. Right. She's pregnant. Now, thank God I wasn't on camera because my face, I don't know, my face just gives it away, right? She has 4 children, no husband. They're all living in a 1-room shack, right? What the community did was the community center built another room, put the corrugate, which is the roof, y'all, if y'all don't know, put the corrugate on, and now they have 2 rooms because they were doing everything in 1 room, bathroom, cooking, sleeping, right? But the question I had in my mind, and I didn't say this to her, but I was like, sister, why are you still having children? I don't know if I'm wrong for saying this, but my whole thing is they like, oh, Tay, why you don't have any children? Well, first of all, I didn't have a husband, right? I wanted to break some of these damn generational curses, right? For me, that's just me. And it just didn't happen. And I'm okay with that because in this horrible world, I'm kind of happy I don't have any children. I'm not going to lie. This whole world is horrible. I'm so nervous about my future, a child. I'm like, oh God, but I did not understand that. So with that being said, I only bless children and the disabled. Right? The elderly, you see them struggling. I'll give them a little $5, $10, $20. I'm not giving people $100 or 200, right? I give them small bills because they can take these small bills and stretch them. They stretch the hell out of that money. But you have to be mindful of who you give money to. Don't give money to some guy was running. He's coming from Bricama. He's running beside the car, right? Running beside the car. Sister, if you see this is chop. They want to eat, right? I'm like, bro, you go to your compound to eat. I'm going to your compound to eat. Get the hell out of here. But I'm like, why are you not working? Oh, because you are running beside my car, which shows that there isn't anything wrong with you. So just be mindful of who you give money to. Don't tell these young men when they ask, because they're going to ask you, you say, I don't give money to grown men. That is not the order of Allah. If you always bring it back to Allah, this is what you're going to get. Right? Because they have been taught that I cannot argue with the Quran. I will ask them, what does the Quran say? They're not going to argue with you then because you're speaking from what their beliefs, Yeah. Okay, so let me go into there's another question. I want to ask you, let me ask you this, because I know I was supposed to do this with the introduction. Let me ask you this. For those coming in, please remember to click the like button, maybe share this, consider subscribing to my channel and Miss L's channel. And we are talking about sex, baby, in Africa. Okay, so this is for the grown and sexy. I consider all of you all sexy. If you look in the mirror, consider yourself sexy too. Don't let no one else tell you anything different. So, Miss L, what does this? I know all the town hall meetings, the discussions that we talk about, we always try to bring it back to safety, right? What does this town hall meeting mean to you? What do you want the viewers to see, take home, marinate on?
Thank you for asking me that question. What does this town hall meeting mean to me? So the thing is, I had to remember why I did my first town hall. My first town hall had to do with asking people if they would donate to assist Anja Africa with her return to the States so she can get proper care. Up until then, I had never done a live and really didn't think that it was necessary for me to do so. And when I mean a live, did I do other lives? No, you will see, that was my first live. I had to do a whole test and get on StreamYard, and I still mess up when I go on to Zoom. But that was my first live. When I started to hear the rhetoric in the background about why she was in the hospital or why other people were unalived in the Gambia, I realized that there had to be a platform so that we could have this discussion. What's been happening here is not new. We have just entered into an arena where this has already existed. And I remember being back in the States and getting on my YouTube feed a broadcast about S3X tourism here in the Gambia.
I know, because they have Tinder. They have Tinder.
Okay, yeah. So this has been going on, and then I had Googled something, and their travel packages is sometimes centered around older European women coming to the Gambia to meet with young men. Now, this is not new. I used to hang out in Jamaica. They were doing the same thing in Jamaica, man. Okay? And it was European women looking for the big bamboo. If you are the blackest one, I'm sorry, that's what they called it. Google it. The blackest one with the biggest rasta locks, walking around with the biggest spliff in the big
bamboo. Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
So this fixation is something that has always been there. Here's the problem. Because you may be thinking, well, okay, I'm not European. I'm not non-melanated. The reality is that I kept saying to people when we got here 2 to 3 years ago, when COVID hit, most of the non-melanated people left the country.
Mm-hmm.
The melanated people, yeah. We here.
We didn't even know.
So I kept saying, yo, we the new white meat. Remember that commercial about pork?
Yes, and I still say that. I was like, I don't eat pork. Yes.
But we were the new white meat. So unfortunately, we are viewed as a two-bob.
I mean, they call us that.
Yes, they do.
Which is so disrespectful.
But it doesn't bother me because they're being truthful. And so I know from the viewpoint that they view me. And so because they have revealed themselves to me, now I can deal with you in the truth that you have revealed. So I'm fine with it.
I educate though. I do educate, because if a child walks up to me and calls me a two-bob, I'm doing this. Okay, so your skin complexion right next to mine, right? And now I'm not out there wearing wigs, right? So this child, me and this child have the same hair. If I got my ponytail, I'm like, look at your hair, look at mine. Is our hair not the same? Feel it, feel mine. Does it feel like your and I know it's lack of education. Now, what I found out is when they call you two-bob, they're looking for candy. They're looking for minty. Because when they say that with the two-bobs, the real two-bobs, we know they're giving out candy all the time, right?
Oh, interesting. Well, this one young man sees me often when I'm driving through my neighborhood, and he goes, Rasta, give me money.
I can't say you. It's so damn rude. Because they won't say that to a Gambian elder. They wouldn't say that, right?
Not. Of course not. And I had to tell him very nicely. I told my friend who speaks Mandinka, tell this young man that I am his elder. And I said, please do not speak to me like that anymore.
Correct.
You know, so I'm sorry. But the thing is this, because there may have been something else that you have further on that we'll probably get into. The relationship that some of the young boys have when viewing older women. If they're not careful and they're looking at the generational habits of the men in their families, they're already being groomed.
Yes.
For the same thing.
On top of that, you're right. I mean, from small child, right?
Yes.
From I mean, it's Gambian 101, Gambian love 101 as soon as you come out the womb. And I just feel like, okay, when I did my video, this was January of 2023, when I saw the child being improperly touched, right? And I did the article. That was over 10 years before. Come on. Like we talked about this Saturday Night Live. Adele was on Saturday Night Live. One of the parodies was what? They by the beach. They got the fake wig and the rasta, right? And what do they say? Gambia, ex-tourism, blah, blah. I was like, my mom
Gambia's on the map.
And it's for them to have so much pride and to be on a map for that. Come on. I'm not going to say that if I wasn't born there, that I wouldn't be doing the same thing. Right. I just feel like Dr. Maya Angelou said, when you know better, you do better. And I feel like if our brothers and sisters, not just in the Gambia, on the continent, if they look at us, it's sad that we're here in America. Look, see us, we're human. Hey, right? And when we go back home to where we come from, and we gotta have the same damn conversation.
Yeah. You're
a black American. How the hell you gonna tell me who I am? I don't identify as a color, my ninja. We're not crayons. So if you know, the fact that I have to argue with someone, you know, I'm like, you know what? Then you're Senegal. You're from Senegal because Gambia not a country. Gambia is a little small speck in the middle. You're Senegalese. That's what he was offended. You see, so it's just like, I don't understand why we have to go back, see us. How do you not see us? What are they being taught that they think so much about, that they think the way they think about us? We're not two Bobs, but then we can't even take it personal, y'all, because they treat their own people like this too when they go to the West.
But you talked about television, right? Television, what they see on television, most of them have never even seen an American. I have people that I've met who's from the UK that I've met here. And I was the first American that they actually befriended and communicated with. So sometimes the information that they receive from TV is wrong. I tell them that not all Americans are rich. I tell them that not all Americans live this lifestyle that they show on some of the shows that they watch. And I remember I had befriended 2 young children when I was in Jamaica, and they used to come and watch TV before school. And they would watch, what was that? Some show where like the junior high school kids were outside at school, and the schools were like, it was always sunny, and Saved by the Bell, was it?
Oh, yeah. I used to watch that.
Saved by the Bell. But I was like, you know, schools in New York, it's like a big, ugly building, and you're only out in the playground once. But like the school was almost like the schools here, where there was like, it's up and it's open and there's an open field. But it was in California, so it was always nice and sunny. And I'm like, that's not real for everyone. It is a small amount of people who actually live like that. So,
and they don't understand America.
Honey, right? we Americans, and we barely understand America.
And I'm talking about the geographic, the size of it. right?
Yes.
Because they, if I say naka fufu, which means how is there, right? And I'm asking you how's the Gambia. Naka fufu. Sorry, small plug. Hey, y'all better sign up. There ain't too many spaces left, but the Gambian Wolof lessons May 13th. Make sure you sign up. The introduction is free. So you can't say, oh, Tete, I don't want to pay. It's free. Okay. Now let me get back to this. I had to plug that real quick. But if you're asking Nakafufu, how is there? The Gambia is not but so big. You're talking about Kumbo South, right? Kumbo North, Kumbo region, right? Okay. You ain't asking how's Basse, how is this? Because nobody really know anyone out that way, right? Now, when someone says, how is there? Nakafufu, it's okay. How's America? Well, Ninja, I don't know how America is. I can tell you how Arizona is, but I don't know how America is. They don't understand that we don't know. They'll ask you, do you know John? John in America? I'm supposed to know. Right? You see what I'm saying? Like, but then when I bring it back to them, I'm like, just think about what you're saying. If I ask you, do you know Molamen? How many Molamens are in the Gambia? About 185,000, right? So it's like, I think this is why I know Bag said, she has said, doesn't bother me because I know who I am. And we all do. We know who we are. Unfortunately, our brothers and sisters there, they may know the tribe and things like that. But I'm thinking, in my opinion, I feel like they are forgetting who they are because they're trying to be us. They're trying to be an American. So this is why I say I educate them, because most of the time, what does the Bible say? My people fail for lack of knowledge. And our brothers and sisters over there, like I say, they have the most confidence in the damn world. I love it. But you can literally be telling them, like you said, this is like this in America. This is like that in America. They're like, I know. Don't tell me. Ain't never been out of Gambia, out of Senegal, off the continent, but will tell you what is like in your country. I had a Gambian that lives here in America tell me, oh, I know more about America than you. I said, okay, I gotta go. Click, block. I don't have time, right? It's just like, look, that's what you said. Yep, you're right. You sure do know more about me, but you don't know anything about online banking, and you had to borrow money from me because you were traveling, and you only had a certain amount of money, and you couldn't get home, and you're starving during a fast, right? But you want to argue. I don't have time for that. So we do have to just, when we meet the representative, we have to give them a little interview, right? And analyze them. And if we see any red flags, if you don't need to deal with them with business, then run. Block works in the Gambia, y'all. You can block them. They will never tell anyone that you blocked them because they will feel embarrassed.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, I love that. I block often. Also, there was something that the lady said when she was talking with her friends in the broadcast.
While you're looking for that, let me just read Bag's message. It said, most of the time, from what I seen being here for 8 years, when you get a boyfriend or girlfriend here in the Gambia, you're just a live ATM. Rather you want to admit it or not, it's no love. That's why I say, ain't no love in the heart of the city. Ain't no love.
Also, so there's a love of money.
Some people.
So we already did that disclaimer, but first of all, how can I put this? There is a love. There's a love. It's a love of the person or the thing that is attached to the person. Let me explain this to you, because I don't know if you saw the other broadcast I sent you where there was the lady who, no, that was the other one. There was a brother who I remember he was here when he was doing his documentary. I think it went out. It may have traveled across WhatsApp a few months ago. And he focused on 3 women, I think it was. But this one said, don't bless anyone, period.
That's what Gambian said.
Namaste.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The thing is just, you bless people and then the blessing is returned, because when you freely give, it freely comes back to you. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over will men give into your bosom.
Amen.
So I believe in blessing people,
just
not
gotta
that
be
I'm going to get a return, but the windfall comes anyway. But we do want to give wisely.
Correct.
That's all. We're just saying give wisely.
Like unapologetic Nubian Empress says, I agree. I only give money to the schools for supplies. But even that, you gotta give. Y'all notice when I do giveaways, I'm giving to the children. Because sometimes if you give to the schools, the children never see it. They going to Seracunda to sell that. They're going to sell it. So you have to give to the children. If I give a child a book and a book bag and this, that, no child gonna come and take that. They will beat them down.
Wow.
So you have to give to the person. You can't. It's really sad because we were brought up. Oh, they over there, they doing this. Then you get there and you like, am I in America? I'm not gonna lie. I'm walking the streets all the time, right? I'm out in the streets and I'm like, this is like America. You see a fight, everybody come out the house. They like, oh, here in the Gambia. I'm like, y'all think y'all got stuff on lock? This is how it is in America. This is just African people all around the world. This is what we do. We nosy as hell. Like, you see them? They argue it. They do the same thing. We just don't know what they say.
I know, but the good thing is all they do for the most part is argue. That's it. I know it's changing, but for the most part, all they do is argue.
Fight, yo. I be seeing some. I'm like, y'all letting them fight?
You've been saying fight?
I told you I be in the hood. They be like, where you at? I'm in the hood. I'm in the hood. Yo, some dude. It won't be punch, slap, right. But it will be a hit. I'm like, yeah, Gambia getting gangster.
Yeah.
So let me ask another. Oh, okay. So let me answer the question that I asked you. For me, you all, I'm gonna continue to do the town talk because I want y'all to visit, and we need to have this. I feel like so many of us are doing different things. There's so many people that are traveling. They're living abroad. COVID has opened up the door for African American single children, whatever families. We just out. We just downsize, van life. We don't care. We just living our best life. We're enjoying our lives, right? So I love that, and I'm always going to do these town hall discussions. But for me, when I saw that I don't know how old the woman is. There's a discrepancy, but the woman that was unalive by her fiance in Ghana. When I saw that, for me, I'm like, you know what? I'm just so tired of having the same conversation over and over. But I will continue to have this conversation as long as things like this keeps happening. No one should have to lose their life because they have told someone no.
Right.
I mean, y'all, there are plenty of people now that are speaking. Yes, a lot of times we didn't really say anything because, like Bag said, other people have been here for forever, but our Americans have just now joined for the past few years, right? So we don't want to come in, kicking in the door, acting like Art Cathy. We are not Art Cathy, right? When people say, oh, Art Cathy, we can speak up about things without being disrespectful. We're coming to different countries. We're helping the infrastructure. We are helping the economy. We're coming with our money and our skills. We have a right to say something as well without being disrespectful. Art Cathy was just a lost cause, right? But so many times
I want to say something in her defense, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Very gently. I've been here long enough, and I've had to deal with the stress of a build, the the stress of navigating on driving on the roads, finding products that are at a fair price for me, shopping without feeling like I have to barter for everything.
Mhm.
If an individual is not grounded enough or lose it, because I'm out on the mat, off the mat, you make it a whole other person. You'd be like, oh my God,
Who is she?
Miss Bell, did you really say that?
We all
And
got
she
a low vibration star.
No. So those stressors can cause you to say things that you probably would not want to say. I'll leave it like that. I know for me, there can be stresses, and I'll be like, oh, I probably should have kept that more closer to my heart or shared that with someone else.
I agree because it's not easy.
It's not easy. And here we are. I used to say we got off the plane and we stepped right in the shit.
Oh my God, yes. Yes.
Because when they were saying, come is beautiful. Now, here's the thing. I didn't come because somebody told me to come. I came because I was compelled to come spiritually. Okay. Like Mama said, if they say jump off the bridge, are you jumping? So the answer to that is no.
Mm-hmm.
Most of us that came, we came because we were compelled to come spiritually. There was
Correct.
an opportunity for us to be here. But in the being here, you now are seeing things, the whole picture, the truth, the untruth, and nothing but the truth. See? And we already did the disclaimer.
Yeah, but keep talking. I just put stuff up there,
Okay.
You can keep talking. We'll address it.
And we'll address it. So with that being said, there is information that has to come out from our perspective because we're new to the environment. And this is, I want to say, one of the first times that there are African Americans coming to the Gambia, not just to visit, but to live in large quantities. They're
we supposed to keep our mouths shut? That's not fair.
They're buying homes and lands. They are building businesses. And so we have to be like, well, okay, how does that affect me? Because if something happens to Black acres of the Gambia, I'm affected by it.
If something happens to a Gambian, they are affected by it. I just don't understand that when it comes to us, no one understands effing humanity. When it comes to African American, and I'm talking about Tubabs, Mexicans, whatever. Every nationality, when it comes to us, they forget, they forget about our human emotions.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying that, like you said, people, we come in there, we're living there, we have a right to say something. We have a right to speak about our experiences. We are different from continental Africans. Continental Africans may not want to be on social media or be recorded by us, but I mean, they're on social media nonstop, are they not?
Yeah.
TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, It's just that don't put us on your channel. So my thing is like Momodou Cisse. Well, that's not Cisse. Because Cisse is CE. So I'm probably pronouncing his surname Balama Momodou. But Momodou said you're referencing a small segment of Gambia. It is not fair to generalize a whole country. Now, Momodou, we did do a disclaimer, right? We're not talking about the whole country, but you're saying a small segment of the Gambia. The Gambia is not that big. And if you are looking at what's on Gambia, we are not lying there.
Oh, yeah.
Right? We are not lying. This is happening in your country. We can't change it. We're just saying this is happening. Every day it's a unalive, 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 right? So we're not sitting here generalizing. We're speaking on our experiences. You know, they say you talk about a small segment. I've been all over the Gambia, lived all over the Gambia in the Kumbo region, right? And you can't say it's a small segment because I mean, I went from the deputy commissioner of prosecution down to a bumpster, and I have gotten bad things have happened to me. So don't sit here and say we're generalizing anything. Is sex tourism not huge in your country? Momo do. Can we not go to, I'm 44. Can I not go down to the beach and just put my feet up and enjoy myself without being harassed by bumpsters all day long? Let's stop. This is our problem in our damn community. We always want to lie and shove stuff underneath the rug. How can we change? How can we better ourselves? How can we get like the Chinese and the other people? We will never do that as long as we continue to lie to ourselves and others. We're saying it with love, Momo do, but this is the damn truth. Y'all so quick to come on our channel and say something, but what do you say to your brothers and your sisters that's doing this to the damn tourists? Because it's destroying your country there.
Is it destroying the country?
I mean, it's destroying the name of the country.
So because the image has already been. The question is, what is the goal of the traveler that's coming here? Now, if you're coming here to meet young boys or young girls, then yes, that's what your goal is. But if you're coming here to raise families, you bring in your spouse with you, you're buying homes and properties, you're coming here single, you want to let your money stretch, you want to build. The idea of having lands in Africa for most of us is very exciting. First of all, congratulations to you. You bought land in America. That is exciting. Okay. Somebody
I didn't do it yet. Oh, you talking about me?
In the process. Okay.
But yes.
But the thing is, someone said, you know, if you want to buy land, you can buy land in America. As an American, I may not want to buy land in America. I'm from New York. I'm not going to buy land in the Deep South because then I have to now move to the Deep South.
And we're not built like that.
I'd rather be here in the Gambia than in the Deep South. I'm meeting people from Alabama that have moved here. I'm meeting people from the Midwest that have moved here. I'm meeting people from New York City that have moved here. Let me give you a small history of New York City. Do you remember Amadou Diallo?
Yes.
How many times did they shoot that brother?
I don't know. And then they shot him. Amadou, I wonder, was he from Senegal?
Yes. Okay. The difference is when they shoot a black man in America, they don't really pull out. Initially, he ain't African, he ain't Caribbean, he's just a black man.
That's what people don't realize, right? They don't care what their nationality are.
That's right. When they describe the person or their family comes forward, then it's like, oh, that was an African. But in America, it's different. So for a black person who has what we talked about, a love for Africa, who has a Pan-African view, whose parents may have taught them about Africa, or you learned it in college, you enjoy traveling, you want to see more people of color, you want to know about Mali, Kemet, Egypt, all of that, you're coming to the continent. Maybe you watched Kunta Kinte on TV. You saw Roots. You read the book, Alex Haley. You're like, hey, listen, I now have this opportunity to not only go there, I can live there.
Correct.
I can let my money stretch. I can live my life a little differently. Well, you can't let your money stretch. Girl, we stretch in here because the economy is hard everywhere. but it's
Right.
still in relation a little bit better. But with that being said, we come with our own trauma along with our expectations when we get here. Now, I wish that Priest Black Jewel was able to come on my channel, my Aunt on the Mat. I interviewed her and she talked about no drugs, no DICK, and no donuts. And she
So
talks about
talk about what
how
that is.
it's about how hip hop and the hip hop era and the crack era. And when she talks about donuts, I'm thinking, maybe I didn't go into really detail with her, but McDonald's and these other fast food restaurants, these were organizations that created food for us, infiltrated the neighborhoods, got us hooked on the diet that we now have. And it has affected our health, our mental well-being, all of these other things. For you to eat healthily, it costs more money. But the idea to come to Africa and buy your own land and grow your own food, that's like a win-win situation.
Okay, it's going to save you a whole bunch of money, and it's going to be your food and your medicine.
That's right. So we come here with that view, and then we see a nice young man, and what did she say? He carried my bag. He made me feel good. I felt,
That's the beginning, boy. And he had a nice smile. It's the
he had a nice smile. Yes.
Right? And unfortunately, I didn't show this. I don't know if you all went to go see the rest of the video. I didn't even get a chance to see the end. But unfortunately, I think they had like 3 sets of people. But unfortunately, all of these women, they paid to get the person over there. One of the people, I think the drummer, she came home and she saw some paperwork and he said he didn't write it, but someone had wrote something and telling him, if you're in the country, the UK, for 2 to 3 years, then you don't have to be married. You can go ahead and apply, blah, blah. And they were just using them. So my thing is we can't control someone else's actions. We can only control our own. This is why, we continue to do videos like this, because you all need to know, don't let these little young boys finesse you. What did Bag say? There is no love. Still, there is no love from the relationship, maybe coming from the live ATM. So they will love you when you go into the ATM, you come back, you give it. Let's not really. We had a conversation, Miss L. My thing is we may look good for our age, but we still know our age.
Yeah.
And to really sit here and think, I had a 55-year-old woman tell me this 35-year-old man, she loved him and he loved her, and she never met him, never been to the Gambian. And I'm like, for me, I'm like, okay, we have to practice some type of
healing.
That's what
we
it
need
is.
Healing.
We need, and where do we begin? Because so many people come here. Okay, so now, like you're saying, if they come in and they just want to have fun, right? They just want to enjoy. Yangi enjoy. Enjoy means having some fun in the other room, y'all. Okay. So if you hear someone say enjoy, that's what that means. Relations. So if the people are coming here, the middle-aged women are coming here to enjoy, which is fine. Why do you really think that this 24-year-old love a 67-year-old woman? Are we really thinking that? I mean, because the two guys did say she believed it.
Yeah, but there were red flags. Her intuition was telling her something differently, and she refused to listen. Number one, let me tell you what I want to do. because I want to try to move away from what those women were doing, because they were women on vacation. We're talking about women that live here.
Correct. Correct.
And maybe they were able to develop a relationship with this individual over time. Maybe he was my gardener. Maybe he was my taxi driver. Maybe he was the contractor on my bill.
Security.
Yeah, that
Right.
and that too. You
Okay.
find yourself in proximity with the individual for long periods of time. You start chatting a lot. He gets to know your mannerism. You talk about things. He agrees with you. Because you said that Gambians want to be Americans. Well, when I first got here, I thought Gambians wanted to be Jamaicans. Okay.
Yes, they definitely have that Jamaican vibe, right?
Yes,
but
what they're doing is they are changing. I'll be whatever you want me to be. Whatever you are, that's what I'll be.
Oh, you know,
So,
it's so funny, yeah. Because when you were talking, I'm like, they analyzing you. When you were like, oh, you get to know someone, you chatty, you'll ask them a question. They're analyzing you.
I heard there's a book. I heard there is like a church or school where you go to talk about it's like it's what is they call that? That these are urban legends.
Oh yes.
I heard if you do this, then the other, because that one did this, that, and the other, then you can get
But you can't judge that off of African Americans. You could judge that off of everybody else that's been coming there. This is why they're seeing something different when it comes to us.
Right. But then there are the few who make it in their relationship, regardless of the age. There is a synergy, there's an understanding, they're making it work. And so for that, we say bravo. But what we want to do
it's not the norm.
What? Okay, Tay. Okay.
I mean, because we see more bad relationships.
They called them, they had cougars on you in the States. That was what they called them, you know. So like you said, we're not here to judge now.
Correct.
I'm going to tell you a story.
Mm-hmm.
When I first got here, I met a very young man on the beach, and we started jogging together. When I went horseback riding with my horsemen, he would be on videotape and blah, blah, blah. And my son said to me, did you meet a nice guy? And I was like, that boy is younger than you. Let me explain something to you. This is going to go a little deep. I'm just going to look, I'm just talking because I have been analyzing this for the past couple of years. Most of the single women that I have met have had children very early. They may have gotten married very early, and then they found themselves alone and having the burden of raising the children on their own while working and paying rent and keeping them away from the 3Ds if you're male or female, and yourself away from the 3Ds as well. And then everyone finally grows older, finishes college, has your own children, gets on with their life. And now you're 50, you're 60, and you're going, now I have time to spend on me. What do I want to do? So you're not looking at it from the view of a mother or a grandmother or a co-worker or a legal secretary.
Mama trying to have her life now too.
Yes. Then you come here not knowing or not You may have known, but you're not looking, but it just kind of happened organically. So for that, I'm going to leave that right there. What we want to do, right, that's fine. Let's talk about.
Just don't lose your brain. Just don't lose your mind.
I agree.
I'm a firm believer that this history has shown this 30-year-old does not he does not want a 67-year-old. Let me tell you what Gambians has said.
Wait a minute. The number 2, the number 3, the number 4. He doesn't have to marry just you.
And you're not a threat to them. This is what Gambians told me, right?
Okay.
You're not a threat to them. If you are of a certain age, you're not a threat to a Gambian woman.
What do you mean by that?
Because you're not giving them any children. So the inheritance, they're worried about their child having the inheritance of the man. So you're not a threat, but they're not thinking about it like, hey, B, we older than you. We coming here with our own damn money. They're not looking at it like, oh, I got a sister wife that's an American. They're looking at us as an enemy as opposed to an ally. So from what they tell me, it's okay. They're not, oh yeah, you can go marry this older woman. It don't matter, because what's going to happen is you about to finesse her. She about to take care of the whole damn family, right? Because they think we stupid, because that's what the two Bobs do. She about to take care of the whole family. She about to buy this, put the children through school. She about to be the babysitter, this, that, and the third. But you're not a threat because you're not going to get anything. Now, the only thing you got to do is when you pillow talk, hey, babe, I need this. I need you still a wife. You're still a wife, but you're not a threat to the Gambian woman. So this is why they tell them, you can go and get, you see how they're so quick to let them marry us, right?
Yes.
You don't see them going to, what? How many Gambian women have told me, did he not? No, he can have a second wife later on, but not right now. Or he can't have a second wife because they don't want you to marry another Gambian woman. You can marry somebody from the West. They're not a threat to us. Until the person from the West take your husband and take his ass to America. And then you're like, that's what I'm saying.
Let's talk about that. Remember, was it on Gambian Now or whatever the thing on Facebook? The lady murdered her husband who was about to go to Paris, I think it was.
That was just her boyfriend in Turkey. Yes.
That was her boyfriend. And I wondered about that.
And her family, his mother told him, leave this girl alone, because she was a little, something was wrong, right? Something was wrong. Okay. So I guess they must have knew she's going to hurt him. Now she's trying to play crazy.
Okay. Well,
but maybe she's not playing, because, there are rugs at a D in the Gambia, heavy. Yes. ISIS there. That is crystal meth. Yes. We know what crystal meth will do to, they kill their own daggone mama. So, okay.
So now we're talking about safety. Look, there are drugs that they can.
Yes, I'm sorry. I started 2 comments. I wanted us to just touch on this comment real quick.
Yes.
Tivani T said, I agree, but many men on the continent don't have the opportunities as most American men. This one we were talking about the men, right? I just want to say something real quick, Tivani. That is true. But the way I look at it, if I marry a Gambian or a continental African, the way I look at it is I am an American. So I see how there are certain things in America and certain things that are used overseas, that are needed overseas, right? So they may not have money, but if they are a grown man that goes to work every day, right? He handling his business. He may not, some of them are comfortable with, I may not have all the money, but I'm comfortable with what I have. And they're making the money with the blood, sweat, and tears, honest. Now, if someone meets someone like that, it's not about the money. They have resources, right? That's how I look at it. If I marry someone, I come with my American business mindsets of skills and things like that. He comes with his Gambian or whatever, right? Sets of skills. You come together, if y'all on the same page, money is not an object. Sometimes African American women make more money than their men. Some of the women are not, they don't care about that, because guess what? I need a man. That money ain't gonna hold my ass at night. Right? So it's not, you don't want a broke dude, right? But, and when I say broke, I'm not just talking about money, right? He can have, you don't want him to be broke minded. There are men that I don't have a lot of money, but I'm not broke minded, right? So I just wanted to make that distinction, because yes, they don't have the opportunities, but if they marry an American woman, or if they honest and they hustling there, man, that woman see his hustle like, okay, all right, because we are supportive of our men anyway. Sometimes when they don't need to be freaking supported, you know.
But also too, I don't want to be looked as the opportunity. I am now looked at as the object. I'm a person. That goes back to the ATM. That goes back to what it is that, oh, what can she give me?
I'm guilty of that, Miss L. I ain't gonna lie. I'm guilty. I'm not married for love day. I told you I'm married for my retirement.
Now,
so I'm totally
guilty. But we're talking about now the role of men and women, maybe sometimes, or what men are supposed to do as a role and what the women are supposed to. So that gets a little bit deeper. It's okay if you're in agreement. If you're with your boo and you say, this what I'm doing, this what we doing, this what I got, this what you got, we putting this two together, then we are good. But if I'm saying, oh, I'm coming here, I'm never going back to America, don't try to convince me that we should travel. Maybe we'll go to England. No, I'm not going to England either. I'm staying in Africa. If you think that attaching yourself to me is going to give you the opportunity to leave the country, or to become rich, or have the land papers transferred to your name, or the house that I built transferred to your name, then no, we are not doing that.
We have to be mindful. If I get married in America, he's signing a prenup. I don't have a lot, but what I work for, you ain't just gonna come and get it, whether you an American or a continental African.
Do they have prenups here?
They should. I don't know. But I'm just worried about here in America. There,
but I'm here in the Gambia. I'm here in the Gambia.
You're right.
The sisters are marrying men here in the Gambia.
But see, I'm gonna tell you, I wouldn't marry anyone through the justice in the Gambia. Right?
What's the word? Justice.
You do a traditional ceremonial marriage, and I'm gonna tell you, the marriages that we see, there's 3 levels of traditional marriages. Those are the ones that's closest to the Americans, where it's like, I gotta show you, I got this. They sing your name, and you gotta come and give money. I'm like, don't say my name. What's your name? I don't have a name. Don't say my name, because I'm not coming up there. I ain't got no money. I don't have a compound. Y'all got stuff. I don't have anything here, right? But a traditional marriage that they used to do back in the day, those don't cost a lot of money. So if you are of a certain age and you have a pension and you're there retired and you see a young man and you think is going to go somewhere and blah, 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 okay. And if you decide to get married, tell him, oh yeah, but it's going to be a traditional marriage. I'm not going to the justice. Now, either he's going to stay or you're going to see him run like Usain Bolt. Okay.
So was that the wedding certificate? Was that
that's the justice? That's marrying the state. That's justice.
What do they get? What are now their legal rights as the man in this relationship? What is he entitled to?
So so if they're marrying the state, where he has a piece of paper, they going through justice, right?
Yes.
The end result for them is just they trying to come to the West. That's it. So my thing is, oh, you want to come to the West, and Ninja, you paying for it. These women, like someone said, you can't be desperate, damn Debbie. What the hell? That's what I don't understand. Oh, Wendy, sorry, sister. We're gonna finish this, and I know someone wants to come in. And
okay.
Unapologetic Nuia Empress says, inheriting what? Goats and chickens, no offense, but many of them look like they're struggling. So that's funny. However,
sister.
They have money. They have land. They have land.
Do all of them have land? Do all of them have land?
Not all, but most of the time, the history is the family is passing down land to the heirs. Well, for what I'm seeing now,
yes,
I think.
Say it.
Okay, so in America, I always say, I tell my mom and I'm like, hey, I think the baby boomers, they kind of dropped the ball in some areas, right? That's how I feel if you're looking at the American system. I don't know what generation dropped the balls there, but some balls were dropped there. They were dropped because I see men that are in their late 20s and they are purchasing land. I'm like, you don't have land? We have family land, but that's just for reserve. What the hell? So they got land that's like people have their bank accounts, 401ks and retirement. They have land on reserve. So they don't have money, but they have land. So you have to be careful of that because even someone told me, oh, I got land, a 10 by 10. Now he was Gambian, but he thought I was stupid. And he was an elder. So this is why I say, y'all, talk to some people that knows what's going on and educate yourself and get comfortable with date. No. Okay. So I was saying that we don't see the Gambians marrying the elders, right? They're quick to marry us, but so these are things that I will say this. If you're going to be with anyone from another country, learn the culture. Okay, Wendy, I don't want to get into I'll go into another thing. Come on in, Wendy. Let me add you to the stage. Welcome, sister. Oh, and then it went off. Let me add you again.
Come on back, Wendy. Come on back.
There you go. Welcome.
Hey, girl, how's everybody? Oh, man.
This is not working.
I'll keep adding you. Something's going on.
Can you hear me?
Well, how are you?
You in Africa? You must.
I'm still in the States.
See, this what we be telling people. They think, oh, the internet, the water. I'm like, look, we have some issues in the States too, y'all.
Yeah. But can y'all hear me?
Yes,
you
we
hear me
hear
okay,
you.
right? Okay.
Yeah, you have the floor.
I wanted to do that because I just want to say hello. And then also, I just want to say, I think this is really, really important because I think for me because I'm older than both of you. And my thing is, it to me, it is a little bit ridiculous. And to think that this man who's like 20 years old is like, I found the woman of my life, the woman of my dreams. It's like, first of all, there's something else. I don't know if I heard you guys say it, but just about every single African man that I've ever known or heard of wants a child. So if they don't have any children, that you can be sure that you're not going to be their one and only because they need kids. African men need children. It's silly to think that they're going to marry someone who's beyond childbearing, and have that person be their one and only. So I don't mind if you feel like, you need companionship, you need physical companionship. There's not a problem with that. So long as you know what you're getting yourself into and you accept, okay, look, this is what I can do for you and this is what I cannot do for you. If we're good with that, fine. But what it seems like to me is like there are these women who
I don't know if you hear me out there. Give me
hello?
A thumbs up in the
yes, we can.
I can hear you.
I think her internet went out. It's okay. She'll come back.
She'll come back in. But anyway, so that's my thing, Tay. It's just like I feel bad for women. I really feel bad for women who allow themselves who convince themselves that yes, this is a love connection. I just don't think. I mean, honestly, I'm like, please, it's not a love connection. It really isn't.
It's
Sometimes you
not.
see pictures of the women. You see like pictures of these women with these men, and they're busy. They got grin from ear to ear, like I was married now, and everybody else, and the man is like, oh my God, what is this? So if it doesn't seem right, just say, okay, look, we can have fun and we can do this, and yeah, I got a little more money than you do. But this is what I can and cannot do for you financially, and this is what I'm willing to do for you financially. Because I mean, look. Everybody's an adult. If you want to get married so that you get whatever you get from the relationship, as long as you're not, convincing yourself that something is not true, right?
Correct. Lying to yourself.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I mean,
You gotta be
I feel
honest.
bad because I feel like the sisters they have like emotional, you know, there's a hole they're trying to fill, but I don't think it's with those men that you're ever really going to fill it.
And then one of the things, Miss Wendy, me and Miss L didn't get to it yet, but we were going to talk about Christianity. Most of us were brought up as a Christian, and we're not supposed to have premarital relations. And I'm looking at my mic, make sure it doesn't go
Yeah.
dead. We're not supposed to have premarital relations. We need to push marriage. That's one of the things I love about Africa. However, I feel like people should marry within their age bracket. Like when we come there and the young people, okay.
I heard somebody on there was another woman on YouTube who was describing having a bad she married a younger man, and when she went out someplace with him, the young women who were in that office or whatever were giving her the dirty eye. And I'm like, yeah, well, and I'm like, and she was like, I don't know why they did that, or something like that. I was thinking, sis, you walk in looking like, his grandma, and they're thinking, boy, these American women are coming in here picking up all these men. And I think you're right. I don't think that they think that older foreign women are competition for them, but I do think that they'll look at it. I do think some Africans will look at it and be like, what the heck is this? Especially the girls, they'll be like, what in the world is this? So, I mean,
so they approve, they accept it. They accept it, and they try to, how can I say this? Make excuses. But what I say to them is, because they'll say, oh, we could marry someone older. The prophet married, da, 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 da. I'm like, I'm not the prophet. You're not the prophet, and I'm not Khadijah, whatever her name was, right? Number
I didn't know
one.
Khadijah was older than Muhammad.
I don't know if it's Khadijah. I might got the name
Was
wrong.
Khadijah his
But
wife?
they were saying that he married an older woman.
I didn't know it was, okay, but I did notice, because I was wondering myself, Tete, I was like, why is it so accepted? Why is this sex tourism so
It's all for
accepted?
money.
I mean, it's not even hidden. It's like flat out there, like. And so on the one, I was just like, well, I thought, because I always thought that Muslim country would be more conservative, but
that's what I thought.
Yeah, I thought I was surprised. But let me tell you what I did find. One of the first times that I went to Africa to stay, it was in the Congo, and I was there for a long time. And one of the things that I came to recognize there was, because at that point I was a young woman, and people were asking me like, well, don't you have a boyfriend? Don't you? Because I was living by myself. And and I didn't have a boyfriend. And they were like, you need a boyfriend, And then I just realized, with time and speaking to people and everything, I realized that culturally, the norm for them was for you to be hooked up with somebody. They didn't probably like see me by myself, because they probably thought it wasn't as safe as it could be. But it wasn't really a question of safety. It was just like, people should be have a mate. People should have a partner. People should have somebody. It's not good to be by yourself. And I was young. I consider myself young, but to them, I was absolutely, marriageable age. I should have been married. If I'm like, you're like 22 or something, they're like, why aren't you married yet? So I always thought that was a good thing about Africa, that instead of being so like, like you were talking about Christianity and like, you can't live with people, you can't do this. It seemed like it was more acceptable there to like live with somebody. It was not it was not the taboo that it is in America. So I was like,
Yes,
okay, well,
yes.
this is good, because it's kind of in recognition of everybody's humanity, that that human beings are supposed to be together, that human beings are not supposed to like go through life by themselves, and that it's fine just to find some, even if you aren't married, because they weren't saying get married. They were just saying you need to be with you need somebody, you know.
I do. I agree.
Yeah. So I
We
think
all need
I don't know if
to
that's
have
what's going on in the
partners.
Gambia. I don't know, but I was just, I'm telling you, I'm still trying to
I
figure
think
it out.
it's quite a bit of things, right? It's chocolate heaven. How many times y'all heard me say, "Oh, it's chocolate
Mhm.
heaven," right?
Yes,
So
Africa is that. Mm-hmm.
is that, but then and then some people are the best actors in the
Mm-hmm.
world. I mean, some of them dudes and females need Oscars, right? I think the dudes are more ruthless than the females
Yeah.
because when it comes to a female benefits from marrying an African American or someone
Mm-hmm.
from the West, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's younger, he's older,
Mm-hmm.
she's gonna give him babies, he's gonna
Mm-hmm.
take care of the household. Nothing really changes for her life. She may get a chance to go to the West, but nothing really changes for a continental African woman marrying a man from the West because she's still gonna do the same thing. Excuse me, she's just gonna have a better life. Her family is gonna be taken care of by this man, and
Yeah,
then he may travel, and then she
yeah,
still get everything, right?
yeah.
But for
She
the
might have more opportunities. It depends on the man they would marry.
correct,
Or,
correct.
you know, because I don't know, having a husband who can take you abroad, who can, who's got like more stable income will set her apart from a lot of the Gambian women, I think. But yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
That's what she's
And
looking
then
for in marriage anyway. Yeah.
for us, we want to live there. So men were approaching me, hey, I'm like, hey, where do you want to live? Oh, I want to go to America. Well, yeah, I'm not the one for you because I want to live here.
Yeah.
Right? There's just certain things when you're honest and you say what you
That's
mean and
right.
you mean what you say. We go there and we're like, oh, we want to be so nice and this, that, and the third. And I'm telling you, Gambians will say, you're too kind.
Mhm.
Let me just make it clear for you all. When I had my party at Enjoy's restaurant, a Muslim sister said to me, you're too nice, you're too friendly, da da da. And I said, a Muslim is telling me I'm too nice? Like, isn't that peace? Islam is peace, right? So
Yeah.
it's funny how they tell us to be nice and this and trust. So you could trust me, but Gambians, if you talk to Gambians, they say, don't trust. I don't trust. They don't trust each other. They will say, I don't have any friends. I have one or two friends, my childhood friend. So, but then all y'all want to be our friend. So this is why I say we have to be mindful and learn the culture.
Yeah.
One thing you see about me, I'm learning if I want to live there, I need to understand because what they're saying is not what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. We lived
culture.
Yeah, we lived. My husband and I, we lived in Burkina Faso for a minute, for a couple of years, and we met this really wonderful chief. And we didn't meet him initially. We were introduced to him, but we didn't get to know him until we were there for a while. And he said something really, really that I've kept with me all this time after. He said, when you move to it, because I had problems with some of the people who I had met and worked with. I got burned by some of those people. And he's like, oh yeah, that guy. We knew him. We knew what he was all about. He was like, he said, one of these days he's going to get shot down. Somebody's going to shoot him down one of these days because he's so bad. But he said, listen, whenever you go someplace new, be careful of the first person that comes up in your face and tries to be your friend. He said, that's the one to watch out for. And that was exactly what happened with that guy. He was the first one to come knocking on the door to see what he could get and how he can get it, whatever. He was opportunistic, right? Mm-hmm. So he said, and I think it's the same thing that people need to think. If there's somebody who comes running up to you when you first arrive, doesn't know you, just be careful of that person. They might be, nice, and be careful also. I think a lot of people in the Gambia get attached to their taxi drivers and stuff. We make friends with our taxi driver, but I could see women, beginning to develop something with a taxi driver. I'm like, just be careful of all of that because, you don't really know these people, and you
don't know them. You're right.
Why would you marry someone when you only know them like in certain circumstances? Like you don't know their whole
in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
In less than a year.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting married. I'm like, you don't even know this dude.
You don't even know him.
You
not
see
really. Because I mean, half the time, maybe the only time you really know him is when he comes to you. When do you go to him? When do you see who his people are? Does this make sense that this man would?
Yeah.
If somebody is if he brings you to his house and he's got kids that he had from a wife who they've now divorced, or something happened with the wife or whatever, and he's got these kids. That's one thing. But I'm telling you, I'll tell you, I'm just going to say, any African man, he is not going to tie himself down to one woman if that woman cannot have any kids for him. He's going to get another.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yeah.
So,
Even though some of these young men are saying they don't want any.
But they say that now. But wait until they get a little bit more, when they're not hungry for food. When their food is coming in a little bit better, they may.
That's true. And you're right. That is one of the main. This is one of the things that I say to men, when they're like, "Oh, I want to be." No. Oh, I can marry. Look, you can do what you want. That's not what I want. Right? I don't want no little young 20-year-old. What can you do for me? Nothing.
That's right. Exactly.
And because of the culture and what they have been seeing, and all of these people that, the videos that I posted, they are seeing the culture of these women from Europe, from the UK to Black British, and this is what they are doing for them. So we come there and they're like, "Oh, y'all gonna do the same thing." I'm like, "Wait, hold on. Y'all say we're all not the same. Y'all looking at us like we Black British, just that over that way, over that water is different from over here. On one side of the Atlantic is totally different from the African Americans. We are built differently."
I don't know how the British women, the Black Brits, I don't know how they think about it, because I know that one lady who had a problem in the Gambia. She was a Brit, but that was not a romantic relationship. I think she just had somebody work for her or something like that. That lady who.
Yes. You talk about Shekinah.
Had a problem with the guy who worked for her. Yeah.
I can say this. There are a lot of people that Black Brits, Americans, people are going over there and they're having fun, which everyone is an adult.
That's
so
fine.
They can do that.
That's fine.
Right? They can do that.
Just do it with your eyes open. Have fun with your eyes open.
And what's going to happen is they're going to turn me into, I'm not going to say a madam, but our Kathy was talking about this ancestral matchmaking and stuff like that. What? If women are coming there, they want a companion. Some people speak to me, they want a companion. They're not getting any attention here.
Right.
They want a companion. Right. And then let's keep it real. If you don't, everyone doesn't look the same.
Right.
Right. If you look a certain way, you may get an eligible bachelor here in America. If you look a certain way, you may not get. He ain't looking your way. And it's like that in the Gambia. Right? So if you look at some people and they are unattractive or whatever in society's eyes, I don't want to say they're unattractive, but if they don't look a certain type of way, they're not going to get a wealthy Gambian businessman, right? They're hanging at the beach. Right. They're going to get the bumpsters. So this is what is his name? Kevin Samuels, the one that passed away. This is what he was talking about. And and my thing is just because you look a certain way doesn't mean that you have to take these bumpsters.
Right.
I don't want no damn taxi driver. We also got to think about the culture and how to move. If you want to be lazy and call this taxi driver all the time, then sooner or later he gonna say, "I like you." That's the first thing that's gonna come out there. No, "I like you. I don't like you, Dick." Right? That's what but what do I do? I'm not doing pound trips. I am taking the local. You ain't trying to holler at me in there, because guess what? Everybody gonna be looking at you like, you trying to, right?
Yeah.
And I'm learning more of the culture. I'm learning the language. I'm learning how to move around. It's just that.
So you kind of picked up on something that I was thinking about too, Tete, is that the other thing about the Gambia, in particular Africa, maybe generally, is that there is an advantage to having a man when you're trying to navigate certain things. It's
especially there.
So if you feel like you're having trouble, but when this young man accompanies you, he helps you with negotiation, he helps you with understanding what's really going on, he helps you, find somebody who can help you get this work done. That's another thing my thing is, and so that's another reason why somebody may be like, you know what, it's nice to have this young man around, because life is a little bit easier, when he's around. The problem that I have is again, just do it with your eyes open. Just know what you're getting yourself into. That way you're not going to get hurt or scammed. And that's another thing. It's like, when a lot of times, and this is something that I did go through in the Gambia, I think it was a problem with the the money and the amounts. So it took me a while to adjust to equating the Dallasy amounts that I was paying for something to dollars, and then saying, okay, this is a good thing to do. So it's very easy to get to the Gambia, and because it's almost like the amounts are so, 100, 200, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, it doesn't feel the same, right? It doesn't feel the same. So you will spend a lot of money without realizing you're spending a lot of money. So
What?
you have to be really, so I would say to anybody who tells anybody, because I'm here in the States right now, but I live in the Gambia now, and that's just where I am. I love it. I don't have any regrets
It's a
about
beautiful
my decision. I
thing.
have no regrets
It
whatsoever.
is. I
But I
just
will
wish
say,
I didn't
be
have to go through
careful.
the nonsense I went through. Shit.
Right. But you know what? And when you think about what could, I think anywhere you go, you have this adjustment of learning how things work and how to move in a certain place. I've, I had, we talk about, people coming to ask you for stuff. I remember I got a house and I got a mortgage with it. And then I wanted to refi. So I refi. And the guy who I refi with, it was one of these places where the mortgage broker, I guess, because he had access to he's like, I got another mortgage available for you. So it was kind of the same thing. It's like, how many people can how many times do you want me to refi with you, guy? Leave it alone. But it was
Mhm.
just, it was reminiscent when you're talking about people coming and asking you for stuff. It was kind of the same thing that I had gone through with this mortgage guy. People will come and ask you when they think you're available to give them money. They're going to come and ask you for more and more and more. So you just have to figure out how
Mhm.
to not,
You got to move
maybe
the way you
set
move
your-
in America. To an extent, you have to move the same way
you
you
have
move
to.
in America.
And that's the other
You
thing that I
know,
want to say. People like, oh, Gambia this, Gambia that, or Gambians this and that. And it's like a lot of what I'm hearing is just universal behavior. It's universal behavior, because when you think about it, the same thing happens in America.
here.
The same
It's
thing.
just that they don't know that. If
Exactly.
they've never been here, they don't know
Exactly.
that. The people that have come here know that. You're absolutely right. You're
Right.
absolutely right.
Right.
I do want to say this. You said that you love the Gambia. Welcome back, Miss L. Momo
Thank
Do
you.
said, balanced opinions. There are many Gambians that will go above and beyond to help African Americans. This is Momo Do. Belaide, right? This is one of the reasons why I continue to come back to the Gambia. This is one of the reasons why I think that many African Americans and people from the West and been through a lot of stuff, they still come back because the majority of the people are not like the people we're talking about. It's just that some people are in big positions, have big jobs, the way they say, oh, he a big man, right? But still, they still have the same mindset of, let me see what I can get. Let me see what I can get, But this is why we have to, my mother always said, you have to judge each person accordingly.
Mhm.
Right? When I say Gambians, I'm not speaking about the
Oh,
whole
that's
country. I
right.
think if you all have met me and talked to me, y'all know that I'm not just out here slamming Gambians. Even after every piece of BS I've been through, that's not what I'm doing. But I feel like these conversations need to be had for single people that are in African countries. We have to find a way to communicate and make sure that we are safe. We don't have husbands, and we don't want to end up with the bumps today. So that's just, but thank you so much, Momo Do, for
Yes.
saying that,
And he's
I
absolutely right.
think
I
I know
think
who you are now. I just didn't know your
Gambia's been getting a
surname.
raw deal, and we need to. Gambia's been getting kind of a raw deal lately, and I really think that we need to set the record straight to some extent to let people know that, yeah, it's not paradise. I mean, I think that's a lot of us who are coming from the States. We're like, oh my God, it's going to be wonderful in Africa. There's going to
It's
be
a third world
this,
country. We
there's going to
forget
be
that,
that. It's
right?
going to be so
We see
great.
all the reports and
There is a
pictures.
lot
We
of
like,
good stuff.
oh,
I
we in
mean,
heaven.
yeah, there is still a lot of good, wonderful things that that Africa gives to us, provides to us. It's just that, yeah, some of this behavior we need to. A lot of it is what we allow ourselves to be exposed to and what we put ourselves in. And I just feel like if these conversations happen and more people like listen and say, okay, so this guy who's picking me up at the airport, he might be really nice right now, but I maybe I won't go out with him, next tomorrow. You know, the day after I meet him. Maybe I won't. Yeah.
It's not even his car, right? And then, like Miss L said, what country do you? Okay, you come to America. You at the airport. You get off the air. You call your Uber, your Lyft, whatever, and then you get in the car, and they're like, "Hey, I got some land. I know somebody selling land, right, Miss L? That's what you were saying, right?
Yes.
That doesn't happen in America. So if we wouldn't jump then, why the heck we can't? I think we go back and we just like so damn happy, right? Because it's our dream that comes true going to Africa. So we're so happy to be there. And we're like, oh my God, da, da, da. And we come with love, and they like, oh, we can get them, right? They got paper, right? And they being nice. And I think, like I say, they always talk about the Lebanese and the Chinese and how they stick together and this, that, and the third. If we stick together, the locals will suffer, because the Chinese and the Lebanese and all the two-hours, they don't mess with the locals like that. They don't mess with them like that, you know? I'm just going to do this comment, and then I'm going to give you the floor, Miss L. Pro U Services Limited said, lose the savior complex. It's so sad that when we help people, they say we have a savior complex. But if we all grew up in Islam and Christianity, the Bible does say we are our brother's keeper. But let's keep going. Are y'all blessing Afro-Americans? How y'all blessing these locals? Yes, sir, I am. I go to the, haven't been since COVID because I was back and forth in Africa, but I go and I volunteer at the soup kitchens. Yes, we do. But let's finish this. Resist the urge to regularly bless locals because you've established a living income in Africa. How do we expect our African brothers and sisters, distant cousins, to get up out of poverty? Pro you. I'm just not going to say the whole name, but pro you. Like, the thing is I'm not saying just give people money. But some African Americans like myself, we do volunteer and we look out for each other here, right? Can we say the same thing about continental Africans when they come to America? Are they in our hood helping us? So maybe we should resist from helping anyone. I mean, this is the sad thing is for the people that have this kind heart and we're trying to help, and we realize, okay, we may have a better income in America, but in order to help our brothers and sisters get up out of poverty, we can't pay them $30 a month, right? We need to pay them a little bit more so that way they can do some things. That's how I think. Not just me helping myself, but how can we help each other? That's what other nationalities do. But when they sit here and they talk about we should do this and we should do that, we should stop doing this, then maybe we should behave like the two Bobs and just worry about our damn selves. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Okay, so we already talked about what other eases do. The Lebanese and the Chinese, they come with whole families. I don't see too many single Lebanese women coming here. I don't see Chinese women coming here, and they're not dating Gambian or African men. They come with community. They come with their businesses already established. They come with a financial support, all the families coming together to build the business, to build the places, to buy the land where they're going to live. But they also have a history of already being here on the continent.
Already established. And if they are mingling with the locals, it's only to make babies. And next thing we're going to see a Chinese Gambian as a president. Sorry.
Okay. Well, look, we have seen, I lived in Jamaica, Queens. I saw how the neighborhood changed over time. And when other groups came in from other countries and established themselves there, the next thing you knew, they were running for office. They were elected officials. And as elected officials, they were implementing laws that benefited them. And it had to do with the space where you could have business and housing. I'm forgetting the term, but most times in America, where you have business and where you have commerce and where you have housing, it's always kept separate. Here,
Correct.
it's everywhere. You can live anywhere. You can build anywhere.
That is true.
You can have a store
But they
anywhere.
do have financial planning. They have estate planning, so I don't know what they do there, though. I think that's
I
just to
don't
have the
know.
mosque. You better have a mosque in every community, because if you don't, they're not going to approve it.
Well, that's what I remember somebody saying that. So even the real estate agents, those the ones that have the estates that are selling the land, the agreement is we're going to sell the land to people who don't live here or who lives here, whatever. But with that money that we receive, we're going to build a mosque, or we may build a school. So that's what they usually do. But I'll tell you something. When I first moved out to Queens, because I lived in the Bronx, and I lived in the northeastern section of the Bronx, where most of the stores were owned by non-melanated people, right? And whatever was in your store, that's where your store was. And then over time, the Chinese came. And they started selling their goods at the storefront, not in the store all the time, but in front of the store on the sidewalk. When I moved to Jamaica, Queens, I was surprised to see that on Jamaica Avenue, on Hillside Avenue, people were renting in front of the store for vendors to showcase their goods. Now, not to be mean, that was not an American concept. That was a Caribbean concept. That was an African concept. On Jamaica Avenue, most of the vendors were African. I can't wait to go back to Sea-Doo to get my oils and my black salt.
Okay.
Especially my oils. Here I am thinking, I'm going to Africa. I could get my oils here. No, Africans are getting their oils from New York City. But he sells on the corner. He doesn't have a store. He sells on the corner. So when you talk about someone marrying to benefit in a position of leadership, we lose. That's another story. Because when you talk about keeping wealth, and we're going to use land as wealth, maybe I don't have money, but I have land. But I attach myself to a woman that comes here and she purchases or takes the land from me. I'm going to tell you, I'll give you a difference, not even in the Gambia, in Tanzania. I went horseback riding on a reserve. And on this reserve, there were zebras and different types of animals, ones that did not eat people. So you could be on the horse and you could, enjoy the animals and this and that, the antelope or whatever. And I was told that a European woman came and married a Maasai. And together they developed the land. She built housing. So she came with money. She built a hotel and like camping grounds for people to live on. And so they're making this money. But the reality was that those were funds that were used by her. You can end up taking your wealth out of your family legacy. Now, I do like what they do in the Gambia, especially around waterfront property. TDA. Yes. I can't get TDA. You can't get TDA. But if you attach, but what they do is they attach themselves to a Gambian and utilize that space on the beach. Oh, you ain't know that?
Some an African American was telling me about the TDA. They were saying they're gonna get some land, the TDA, because I guess they could just lease it. It's not theirs.
Yes, you
It's
can
just,
lease it. Right.
but now you see,
It's
now you
supposed
see
to
why I
be
say
for
I'm
what, a
attaching myself to
restaurant.
someone.
It's supposed to be for restaurant or business or
Hotels,
something like
resorts.
that. You're not supposed to be living there. It's not supposed
Mm.
to be for your residential, but
People do what they
who's
want.
coming around, right?
No one's enforcing anything unless they need some money for dinner. Okay.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
But this is why I say learning the culture, right? It's a man's world. It's definitely a man's world over there. If I'm single, I'm like, they oh, you want to marry? What am I gonna get? Because you think you're gonna get everything from me, and I'm not gonna. You better let them know what you want from Gate, right?
That's
Because
right.
once you say I do, he may say I don't. So you better say I want this, that, and this and that before you say I do.
Okay.
I'm learning. They took them Gambian women are teaching me. They kind of
transactional, and you both know it. It's fine. It's only when you think it's more.
Uh-oh. The internet tripping for Miss L today. I might cut her off. But she was saying about the transaction. If you know what you want and both parties are on the same page, then that's fine. But it's when one party is not being honest, right? And they're saying one thing and then they're doing another. So let me run through these comments real quick. Many unapologetic Nubian Empress says many African American women are even I think content with staying in Gambia because her American husband will provide financially, so she's comfortable. Exactly. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, shoot, I would do that too. If my husband was paying for everything, because I told my husband, I told future hubby, okay, if I say that, y'all know I'm single. So I talk to people, yes, I do. So if it's multiple future hubbies, right? Somebody gonna win. But I tell anyone that, like I said, anyone that wants to talk to me, I don't want to live here. So if you want to live here, then I'm not the one for you. Let me see. Protect yourself, ladies. DS says that not all the Gambians marrying foreigners are poor. Actually, keeping it real, not all the Gambians marrying foreigners are poor. Yes, I know that you may be a little late to the game. But we're not talking about all Gambians, right? We would be ignorant to say all Gambians. We're speaking on our specific experience. Okay, actually keeping it real. Bag says they've been coming here for years, and the Black British is where I seen the live ATM first. Y'all been there for a long time. Y'all saw a lot more than what we have seen. Actually, keeping it real says, many Gambians work in Europe and find their partner there and move back later. Okay, so this is what I said to Momodu. Amsterdam is just a secondhand store. I know several Gambians there. Oh, what does that have to do with anything? Actually, keeping it real. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just going through these comments. I did want to say. Someone says something about the age gap difference. I think it matters. I personally think it matters because it's not just about a young person being with an older person. An older person has experienced more. A younger person, they have no control over when they were born. So they can't experience a lot of things. Miss Wendy, if you want to come back on, I will bring you on. I'm just going to remove you from the screen, okay? So, and I think Miss L, I know the internet is tripping where she is. So there were a few things I wanted to talk about. There's some notes that I have. Are generational curses being created because of small boys? Okay. when me and Miss L were talking, we were saying like, hey, this is like they're taught Gambian 101, Gambian love 101, because some of the times, like even the children, I took a young boy, I think he was in the 7th grade. I took him to Kasumai because I like to go swimming there. They only charge you $200 a day. Took him there, picked him up from his family compound, and the mother was like, hey, keep an eye on him because he like women did, right? He really like women. We at Kasumai, this boy is in the 7th grade. He sees some woman. She was a woman. She had on a bikini. She was beautiful, right? She was African, maybe mixed or something. Every time I turn around, this boy is over in her face, talking to her. So I told him, yeah, I went and got him at first. And I said, yeah, you need to leave her alone. She's grown, right? Didn't know that she was waiting for her dude. Her dude was up in the room asleep, right? And I see him over there again. Now I go over there. I'm like, what did I tell you? What did your mom say before we left? Right? And she was like, I said, what are you saying to her anyway? So she's smiling. She was like, yeah, he thinks he's grown. Right? And it's just like, this is why I say I don't understand what's being taught to these children where they think that they are effing grown. You think you could go and sit and talk to an adult, and then you don't know what adult is not trying to play games with these children. We don't know which one are good and which ones aren't. And I'm in awe. I am in awe. I'm not gonna lie, because I really thought that certain things happen in Africa, and I'm like, they always say, "Oh, America, y'all effed up over there." This, I'm like, yeah, America is jacked up, but some of the stuff I see over there, I'm like, y'all can't talk about Americans, bruh, sisters. Y'all can't talk about Americans, because a lot of the stuff that's going on that's going on here in America is going on there. Priceless one says, up my pool cleaner try to pull that like you gay. Oh my God. But there are a lot of things, and I'm not here to just sit here and bash Gambia. I just want the women to know that if you're coming here and you want a companion, just be smart. Just like so many people are saying in these comments, do not lose your brain. If you wouldn't do it in America, don't do it in the Gambia or in any country in Africa. Kind of tongue tied, right? Someone says something about, I think that was Andrea. Then those women need to be honest with themselves. In my opinion, they are looking for companionship and physical presence. As long as they approach it as such and being realistic, let's not romanticize. Yes, and I think she also said, let's be honest, what do they have in common? 2 different cultures, stark age difference, outside of financial and physical benefits. What could there possibly be? And that's what I keep saying. That's what I keep saying. If it's a man and you want to have fun and this, that, and the third, or a woman, that's fine. But don't sit there and say you're in love, because they not loving you, Dick. They loving that live ATM, what I've been reading in these comments, that live ATM, that's what they're loving. And I think Nubian Prince, unapologetic Nubian Empress, I think you were saying something about, okay. I'm just doing a couple things, y'all. So I think they were saying, Nubian Princess, you were saying something about, oh, I forgot my train of thought. Dang it. I totally forgot. It'll come back to me. So because someone said to me about the women, right? Oh, you talk about the women, but the men are doing this, and I'm like, look, we could flip the gender, but I've never been a man, right? I can only share things from my point of view as a woman. Now, I'm joking, but I'm so serious, right? I was really thinking about having like a dinner, right? But it's speed dating and things like that where people can meet other people. Yes, I will vet the hell out of the men, right? I will vet them. And these will not be bumpsters. These are people that have jobs, whatever, whatever. If it's a love connection, it's a love connection. Some people don't mind being with someone older. I just don't want that. I want someone closer to my age. I don't want a younger man. Like, some, I've never had any children, but I'm not trying to raise no young boy. Sometimes you can't even have a conversation with them. It's just like, it's more to it than just physical for me. It's the mental, right? You have to, I have to be able to have a conversation with you, you know? Um, okay. They see AA women as Oprah, so take precaution. Miss Wendy, if you want to say something, that is fine. I'm just going through the comments, and
Yeah,
then
no, I just think, I mean, actually, when you were talking, I was remembering, because I was going to say the difference between men and women is that the women seem to be, there are these cases women are being harmed. But then I remembered that, I think it was Colombia. My brother went to Colombia for his love connection, Colombian woman, and he ended up dying. He ended up not, he ended up perishing in Colombia. You know, he was gone in Colombia. So
because it's
I just think
different.
that
There's
all
simple
around, we
love.
just need to be very, very careful
You
and
need
be
to be
real. I
careful.
think the big thing is just be realistic and don't let it
Mhm.
stop you from living. You know, these stories, don't let them stop you from living, but just, you know, be wise, you know, and don't think just because it happened to someone else that it can't happen to you. Right?
And
Because I think,
find
you
a
know, oh, that
friend.
was so and so, I know better. Well, that was so and so, you know, my man
Right.
is different, you know, things like that. I mean, I think, you know, you just be careful. And, you know, one
Have
thing
a
about a
buddy.
con man is
A
a con man
buddy.
will always make you believe them because that's how they con. And this is what they do well, is
Correct.
they make you believe something that doesn't seem logical and you believe it anyway. And you give away whatever it is that they're asking you for because they've convinced you that it's a good thing to do. And this is what their superpower is. That's why they're con men, you know. So just be
Correct.
careful when you meet somebody, just vet them and really honestly don't just, you know, yeah, don't be too thirsty, honestly, because I
That's
think,
what it is.
yeah,
Because my thing is if let's be real, we all grown here. If the woman only wants one thing, I told them what to do. Bring your protection with you.
mm-hmm,
Get a hotel. Don't be lazy. Don't let him come to your place. He's casing the joint. And the first time you tell him no, it
right.
may end up like some of these horror stories that we're hearing. You
Yeah,
know, we
because
just
there
got to
was
be
this one lady
very
who was
mindful.
talking about how she met this man, and she was this was a while ago. This is like before I got to the Gambia. She had this whole long story about how she met this man, and he was so nice, and she allowed him to like sleep on her floor in her apartment, allegedly. And but then she she ended up sending a vehicle to the Gambia, and the man, when he and she asked him to receive it for her, and he took the vehicle and put it in his own name, right? And then when she wanted to get it back, I think she said, if I'm remembering this correctly, she wanted to get the vehicle back, and the man went and said, "No, this was my payment for services provided to you." And the court was like, "Well, is that what you know, you promised him that he can get the car for doing what he did for you?"
What
And
did he do?
well,
Are we talking about
he
enjoyment?
did. Well, he said she said there was nothing sexual between them, but from what I heard, what I remember hearing her say was that he said he went to court and said that there had been something sexual between them, and that
So
his payment
basically,
for
he
that
went to
was
court
the
and said
car.
he was a prostitute. Basically,
No,
he
he
went to
was
court.
not. He was actually a man with a job. He had a job.
No, 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 no. But okay. So maybe I'm missing something. The services rendered.
Yes,
Is he trying to say the services rendered was enjoyment? Like,
he was
right?
saying, yeah, he had a job. He had a government job. And he said that that she had promised him the car for sleeping with him.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus
But see, here's the
Christ.
thing. And then they said, yeah, because I think I don't know if this is something that they're used to seeing. I guess
You
something they're used
know,
to seeing.
I'm. You
But
just
I mean, but so there's a lot of lessons in that story, right? For other people, like you don't really know people, don't be giving them your cars. Don't allow them to like pick up a car for you. But don't do that.
No. This is
Two
why
is,
if I lived there, I would maneuver for a lot of people from the West, right? Because we're seeing that some people there, they will scam their own brother and mom that's overseas. So you know damn well they're gonna do it to us.
That's right. That's right.
But you just brought something, you just educated me, sister, because
Yeah.
when I went to court for my robbery,
Mm-hmm.
the person said, I was your lover. I said,
See?
you were my security first.
Mhm.
So you just educated me with something, because it's like, but see, this is why, even with the court system, y'all, we really got to learn how to move and have our own ish. We need to have buddy systems. We really do need to move the way the eases move, right? We're not treating people like crap, but we really do need to separate ourselves, y'all. And I never thought I would
we need
say
to
this.
just approach everything with arm's length, because I think that was part of the problem. It was like it was too close, and there was too much room for somebody to actually make that accusation and have it stick. I don't know if it's true or not, but it according to her, it was not true. And he went and said it, and because there have been so much sleeping on in the apartment, doing this other stuff, it's like
it looks like
logical that would have been the case. So
yes, it looks like
approach everything arm's length. If you do something to somebody, do it from a distance, because that's the other thing. You don't want to later on, oh, she's supposed to give this to me because I did that for her.
And we don't know the law. We don't know the
Right.
law.
And you're going to get home cooked. You're going to get home cooked in court. No matter wherever you go, you're going to get home cooked in court. Meaning, whoever is home that is home to, that person is almost always going to have more leverage in court than you are. Just because the judges are from there, right? So they're like, well, this is my brother or my sister, and this is what they're saying.
I'm gonna tell you,
foreign person is coming trying to take advantage of them or something like that.
But that's why I learning the law, because you're right. Yeah. Because I'm gonna tell you, someone in one of my court cases, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to, it's us against them. But no, there's evidence, and I'm gonna say something. Right? It's crazy that all of us are going through certain things, and y'all will know the legal system based off of me. But we do need to know this. We just like, oh, we ain't gonna have to deal with this. We didn't know that they lying, cheating, scamming, and us and them and everybody else. We don't know this. We just came there and just started settling. And now we're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
So they do play that, but I'm gonna tell you this. No matter what happens with court, I need to see it through. Now,
you know what? This is I was going to say to you, I'm about to pop off, but I wanted to let you know, Tete, that you and Leslie, both of you, when you share, and everybody who does it, when I was getting ready to come to the Gambia, I relied a lot on these YouTube videos. I listened to what people were saying. I was like, okay, that's a lesson learned. That's a lesson learned. That's a lesson learned. And I took note of all this stuff. And to the extent that I could, I tried to prepare myself for some of these things that I might encounter. So I want you to know that when you share this information, you share how what is going on with your case and everything like that. It really is helpful to the rest of us.
Thank you.
That what we do, because it really is. Because if you had not come forward and said, this is what happened to you with the whole investment thing, because you know what, I was thinking about investing with them too, because it seemed like a really good idea, right? Really good idea. So
and it still is a good idea. It's just we're dealing with the wrong people.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is that if you had not said anything, because this is what happens. Like my sister and I were just talking, and I told her, I said, I think I did something wrong. I saw this thing, and I was going through, and something popped up on my phone and said, get pants and suits for like $3 and stuff. I said, ooh. So I went, and I said, now this is probably not real, but let me try it anyway. I won't spend so much that I'll get, upset if I lose some money. So I went ahead and I did it. And then I saw my sister, and I was like, oh, I think I did the wrong thing. I spent this money. I'm sure I'm never going to get those things. She said, you're not going to get them because it happened to me. Right. She said, I ordered stuff from them too, and I never got it. So I said, well, if you had told me, I wouldn't have ordered, if you had told me that it had already happened to you, I wouldn't have done it. So what I'm saying is, you're doing a really good job by saying, I made this mistake, or this is, and it's not even that you made a mistake. You just trusted somebody who you didn't, who it was difficult to vet. You couldn't really vet them from where you were.
And I should have just, I mean, me and at least 65 other investors should have just did a background check.
Right.
I think it was COVID and people was like, I want out. And I knew, for me, it wasn't my first rodeo.
Right.
So I knew I just need to be around some Americans. I need somewhere to stay. I know how to move on my own, right? It's just that this happened. But
Right.
I can't, I thank you for that. And I'm appreciative that if I had a choice, I would not have wanted to go through this. But I can
Right.
say this. I'm happy I did go through it because we saved a lot of people from losing.
That's
You
there you
know,
go.
I'm not done because I mean, this one's still over there in Ghana just scamming away. I'm not done. New videos coming, but I'm just.
But you're right. And that's what I
It-
wanted you to know, that, you know, that it's so helpful, because I think that we do, for some reason, when we think when we think about moving to Africa, we do kind of begin to think of it like heaven on earth. You know, I mean, this is just going to be, this is, you know, the promised land. This is it, you know. All things wonderful. And sure, there are so many things that are wonderful. I made the decision. Leslie is there. You're there, back and forth. So there is something that calls us to Africa and that keeps us in Africa. But we're going to run with this. We're going to encounter the same kinds of problems that we do in the States.
Yes, we are. And just to say this, Miss Wendy, I know you're leaving. If anyone is coming to the Gambia, you don't have to tell anyone your business, right? But I feel like if there is a YouTuber or a non-YouTuber, because some people look at YouTubers like, I ain't want to talk to y'all, right? Reach out to Bag, reach out to someone and let someone know where the hell you're staying, right? Even if you're dating a young man, you may not want to bring us around him because you think we're going to give you a bottle. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm just trying to make the situation light, right?
Yeah.
But bring him around some damn body so somebody knows who he is.
Who he is, exactly.
Right? Because you're not going to take him. I could tell you, you could take him to the police and they would do a background check. He ain't gonna go with your ass.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, you're absolutely right. That's another thing we need to do is like learn how other. We need to be learning from because you and Leslie, you're talking about how Lebanese and Chinese move in America when they come, how they move, and you know they get the community, and how they move in Africa. Same thing, the way they do. When we go to Africa, we are like, a lot of us are like, we want to go and we're going to be with the continental brothers and sisters, and it's going to be so, you know, but we do need the community as well. We need our African American community to be a healthy, functioning community that looks out for each other. And I think we're developing that now
we are. I know I stayed away from a lot of the African Americans when I got there because my issue was with African Americans, and then I was trying to help people and they were screwing me over. I'm like, I don't leave y'all niggas alone because I'm about to catch a charge, right? But I'm happy that certain things have been pulled back and the truth and the light is being shown on people. Now, you know, there's, I think it's called POD. I'm not sure, but it's like Miss L can tell you more about it. It's more like a part, not like a pen pal, but you have a partner, right? They say when you're going somewhere, you got your little partner with the school children. You got your little partner. Don't let your
buddy, like a buddy system. Yeah,
buddy system. There you go. So, and what I'm trying to establish is something that where we know where people. We don't have to know where you live, but we know in the area. You in Bijolo, so these women are in Bijolo, right? So hey, y'all can have each other's numbers. We ain't nobody got to be the best of friends, but we know that when we're sitting in a room and we're the only two African Americans, and we see other people, we like. Even if I don't like you, we could be arch nemesis. We're gonna be like, right now, today, without saying anything, we the best of friends, my ninja. When we walk out this door, we don't like each other again, right? But this is how we have to be when we go anywhere. Anywhere.
Absolutely. But I think, I don't know if it's, I don't know why, but it seems like when we were like, because even when I first got to the Gambia, I really wanted to know, like, I met somebody who lived allegedly not too far from me. And I was like, oh, great. Because my thing was, when I first got there, you know, my husband and I, 60 and 60 something, right? So when we first got there, I was like, you know, if there's a problem, and I was thinking more so, I was thinking about like health emergency or something like that. That, you know, it might be good if somebody, at the time we didn't have a vehicle. It's like it would be good if we knew someone who, if there's a problem, that we could try, that we could know this person. He doesn't live far away, and this, maybe we could help each other, and that would be one of the ways we could, if we had an emergency, that maybe, you know, we could, you know, ask him for help getting to a hospital or whatever, if it push came to shove. And I just found that some people were just, I don't know, paranoid. I don't know what it was, but it was very interesting, because it was like, yeah, I don't trust anybody. I don't, you know, and I'm like, we're, you know, we're not trying to get anything.
I thought we came here to get better.
You came here. What do you think we're trying to get from you? You know, and so my thing was just, you know, because I do appreciate that, because like even in the States, because my husband's from Africa, I see the way they move in the States, and they do help each other. So like if somebody comes in this, well, I'm in the South, so if people come, you know, from Africa. In the South, you need a car. If you don't have a car, you can't go.
You ain't going nowhere.
You know, I grew up in New York, but you know, so what they'll do is they will always help each other get a ride to work. Somebody needs a ride to work, they will find a ride to work. You know, and then when that person gets a car, the new person finally gets a car, they'll be out helping other people get to work. You know, because they just help each other that way. So here I am thinking that, you know, in those of us who were in Africa, we could get together and we could do the same kind of thing, like support each other if need be, if emergencies or whatever. And I found that I was rudely awakened, honey, because it was like, nah, this is not, it didn't work. But I think that things have changed since I've been there. More people are there now than a couple years ago, and people are more conscious. And one of the key people, honestly, is Miss Leslie, because she really is getting things organized. Like, she's an organizer, so she's helping us.
She'll tell you, I got secretarial skills.
Right, she's really good for that. So so that's what I think we just need to keep going with that.
We're coming together slowly but sure, and we have trauma, Miss Wendy.
We do. There you go.
I mean, I can say I'm not effing with nobody. Right. And then I walk out the house. Hey, how you doing? It's just, I don't know. I'm like, damn, Shante, you just said you wasn't messing with nobody.
Right,
that's just my spirit.
You can't help it.
That's just my spirit. But and I feel like we could be like that going back to Africa. We could. Especially with each other, we understand where we come from. We understand the culture. Yes, it may be a little different with the locals, because the Gambians, because we didn't grow up like y'all. We didn't grow up on the continent. We got the same daddy, different mamas, right? But you know, I love that throughout all of this nonsense, you know, that we are coming out, and we are throughout this nonsense is creating something that's great for us.
Right.
You know, Bag said, I tried to say something at that time when that scam started, but I think I should have just said it a little bit louder. And you know what, Bag, I think hindsight is 2020. And I feel like, I know that when we first got there, we saw a lot of stuff that we didn't agree with, but we didn't say anything. Why? Because we were being respectful, because we were in someone else's country. We didn't realize that people come from their country and come to America and just be disrespectful. So we can say what the hell we want to, right? With being respectful. I mean, they come in, America. I'm like, well, you could have stayed your ass where you were. But, you know, we were being respectful, and then we didn't speak the language. We didn't know what's going on. I think a lot of us didn't say a lot of things that we may have. We said it, but we didn't say it directly, because we didn't want to put anyone out there. But Bag, I think that none of us really knew how bad the scam was. I think no one really knew, right? All of us had bits and pieces, but once we saw, we were like, what the hell is going on?
Right.
Oh my God. But everything happens for a reason. Thank you so much. I'm trying.
Yeah.
I love the people that I have met since Sister Anja has passed away. I, like Bag said, a strong community is coming. We are all
That's
ready.
Right. Thank you. And
we are all
I'm gonna hop off now, but can I just say one more thing? And that's to the Black Acres of the Gambia. I'm coming to visit eventually when I get back. But I want them to know, I want y'all to know too, you were very helpful in my preparation for coming. So, keep those videos going, let people know some of the things, how you're dealing with stuff, because it does make a difference. Like when something happens and you already heard about it, like, so you get there and you're seeing things, you're like, okay, yeah, Bag said something about that at some point. Yeah, yeah, it's not just me, because that's another thing that happens a lot when we're in our own little cubbies and we're not communicating. It's like we think that we're the only ones who are going through this, and you don't realize that even if you are being scammed, it's like if you tell somebody, they'll be like, "Girl, don't do that," because I already went through that.
Yep.
I mean, that's what I was saying. It's like
What did
share that
someone say?
information.
Communication is key.
Exactly.
He has said that communication is key, and that's how it is on every platform.
That's right.
Yep.
So
Yep.
thank you guys so much, and thank you all, and y'all
you.
keep going. And if you
Thank
do
you.
this more
Hopefully, I'll
often,
see you in the
I'll pop
Gambia
in.
one of these days because you
Oh
my
yeah,
auntie.
absolutely. Thank
Thank
you.
you for joining
Okay,
us.
bye bye.
Take care. So I'm gonna close with a story, you all. Let me finish up these comments. I only have two more. Purple love, purple love, purple love. A strong community is powerful. Back in the day, we used it to raise our children. It takes a village to survive everywhere. That's very true. And in the Gambia, Lord, we see the children. I'm like, what happened to that comment of it takes a village? I don't know what's going on. The priceless one. This is how I almost got scammed by Art Kathy with the promise of not having to be alone in Africa traveling with her. I found this channel and dodged a bullet. The priceless one. I so appreciate you. Art Kathy is a piece of work. She really is a piece of work. Y'all wait till y'all see this video. How she gonna scam? Art Kathy scams a Gambian national. How you gonna scam a Gambian national in their country? There ain't no shame in some of these criminals' games. Bag, thank you so much. Wendy, we really appreciate you. Miss L, I got a message. She wasn't able to hop back on. I think the internet was tripping, but thank you so much for joining me, Miss L. I appreciate you. Priestess Black Jewel, Queen Isna. Hopefully next time you all can join. Anybody else that's in the Gambia that would love to join the conversation, this is for y'all. This is for us. This is for the people that's coming. This is for the people that's living there. Make sure, do I have it up here? Let me see if I have it. I don't think I have it up here. I'm going to also post, I don't have it up here. Just so you all know, the my introduction to Wolof, I made the first class free because we're just going to be talking about Wolof, the origins, the history of it. And you will see how I'm setting up the class. So if you want to learn Wolof, you go into the Gambia, go to Eventbrite. I will drop that on my community page, and the first class is free, like I said. So there are still some seats available. Come on in, right? Let's learn some Wolof together. Now, I start a comment and it said, Africa is mostly lawless. Always be aware that locals you form, relate with, could unalive for profit you if they have that criminal mindset. I'm putting some words in y'all. Be selective of locals you relate with. Locals see you as Oprah Winfrey. Pro use services limited. Very true. Very true. The crazy thing is like for me, y'all know I had good night, Bag. I know it's almost 12 o'clock. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I can't wait to see you all and eat some fruits and vegetables and get a flat stomach once I'm living on the continent. This is why it's so imperative for us to have a strong community system. We don't want to push the locals out. We don't want to push the local Gambians out. That's not how Africans are. The fact that we were born in America does not make a difference, right? We are not like that. We're not going to come. This is what the Tubobs did to us after slavery ended. Oh my God. African Americans, right? Where slaves were docile. They were docile, right? They had the ones that were rebels, and then they tried to cut their feet off and stuff like that to stop them from running. But they were docile. And then as soon as slavery ended, what did they say? Oh, these people are this, they're that. Then they made us to be criminals, and that we were doing all these horrible things that they were doing, right? So with that being said, we are nice people. African Americans, we really are nice people. We will get gully with you in 2.5 seconds if you rub us the wrong way, especially if we're being nice to you and you turn on us. I don't know that me. I'm not gonna speak about anyone else. Me, I'm like, I walk past you like I don't even know you anymore. But the sad thing is we come there and we're trying to help people to not having this God complex. We're doing what God tells us to do, which is to look out for our brothers and our sisters, not give them money, but give them an opportunity to better themselves and better their lives for their families, right? But I don't know how this will be fixed. It may not ever be fixed in our generation. We may never see it. But I think that there are certain things that are happening within our community that we are creating for the future generations, the 20-year-olds that are like, I want to go to Africa. I want to live there. We're setting things up for you, taking all these punches and kicks and stuff like that. Sometimes some of us more literal than others. And that way you can come there in your 30s and retire early. This is how generations are going to change, in my idea, right? But yes, Bag, we're too nice. We're welcoming. Oh, come on in. Come stay with us. Two Bobs ain't like that with us. Oh, come have dinner. No. And we need to be more. But then it's this wall, right? Even if it's a glass wall, we need to set up boundaries with people. And it's unfortunate that if you go there, you try to help someone, and then they unalive you for something that's minute, right? So let me finish up with this story. That this is what really bothered me, and me and Miss Leslie came to go ahead, and we were like, okay, we got to do this. We have to do this. Now, I don't know if you all heard. I think Nubian Princess was talking about this. Nubian Empress. I always mix the letters up. Someone said something about 41 and Guinea Conakry. I don't know if y'all were talking about the woman that became unalive in Ghana, right? Now, I'm just going by what was said, what I've seen, because I'm not in Ghana. I don't know. I do know someone in Ghana, but I have not asked them. So what was said is she's either 80, 60, or 64, right? So since 2 out of 3, I'm thinking she between 60 and 64. Somebody in the comments said that the woman, she saw her in January, and the woman said she was 64, right? God rest her soul. I think somebody did have a picture of her. I'm not putting her picture up. I'm just going to talk about what I have heard, because it coincides with this live and what we're talking about. So if she was 64, they said that her fiance was 30 or in his 30s, right? So we know it is at least 2 decades age difference. There's a 2-decade age difference, right? Now, for what they say, that was her fiance. He wanted to borrow, she has 2 cars. He wanted to borrow a car. She said no. So he goes and gets his friend. And next thing you know, the sister is bludgeoned. Can you imagine? I can't even imagine. Right? God, y'all know I'm always getting emotional. What? Okay, Bag. Okay, so that's what that was. I have to look that up. It was a continental brother was shot 41 times in America by police. Normally, people don't. Hey, Rain. Normally, they not pow-powing you that many. Oh, God. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that. I'm going to look that up. This is why I tell people, America, oh, I want to come to America. America is gangster, y'all. That's why, like, for me, I don't really want to go to a country where people could have guns. I don't. no disrespect to Nigeria. Nigeria is probably a beautiful place. If this thing go off one more time, Nigeria is probably an amazing place, but it makes me nervous because of the pow pow pow. I mean, this happens in America. I'm like, I don't want to go somewhere else where I gotta deal with the pow pow pow. I might as well stay here, right? It's easier for me to have my own pow pow pow. I might as well stay here if I'm going to deal with the pow pow pow, right? But what happened was, from what I understand, the woman asked the boy's fiance, the woman's fiance asked the woman, can he borrow the car? He's like, you have 2 cars. She said no. He bludgeoned her. Now, do I think that there were red flags before the fact? Absolutely. Someone said you cannot ignore the red flags and this, that, and the third. There were red flags with what happened to me, right? I was telling y'all a story. The red flag of what happened to me, I shared it with the girl that I had the party at, right? Hudai's Restaurants. Pro, I'm gonna get to that because Nigerians do. Didn't Juliet from Black Sis say that her dude got shot in Port-au-Prince, the love of her life, in his stomach? Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it was an illegal gun, right? If it was illegal, but there are guns in the Gambia, but we don't see the pow 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 except for when they came and did that to the police. We don't see that like that. But I don't know. I'm just going by what Black Sis said, Juliet, about Katie. He was in Nigeria and he got pow pow in the stomach, right? So I don't know. I could be wrong, Pro Limited, Pro Use Service Limited. Sorry, I could be wrong, right? I'm just going by what I've seen. I've never been to Nigeria. For me, Nigeria is too gangster for me. I have no desire to go unless I'm going with some rich people and I know I'm going to be protected. There's some places in America that I have no desire to go, right? Nigeria is a place that I have no desire to go. No disrespect to the Nigerians. Please don't come for me. Okay? If you're wealthy and you good, then maybe I'll travel with you. It's just that I don't know anyone from Nigeria for me to go and to know that I am safe. Oh, that's what that you're talking about. Okay. Got you. He was from Guinea Conakry. Okay, that's when we were talking about Amadou Diallo. Thank you. I thought you was talking about something recently. I know what you're talking about now. Thank you so much, Bag. Strawberry 32 said, I think Juliet's story was contrived. I could be wrong. I don't know. I mean, who takes a picture of somebody with, I mean, that was just exploitation for me. That's how I looked at it. I looked at it as her exploiting him for some money or something. I mean, for some donations from her subscribers. I don't know. So when I had my party, the person there, I was complaining about my security at that time. He's this. Now, for me, I don't ever want to feel like that ever again. Ever. Right? Because I literally felt like I was in the Gambia by myself. That's why y'all didn't see me. I was only with my security. I just didn't know that my security was a snake. Because he was referred to me by an American. Thanks, Nigel. Piece of shit. Sorry. Yeah. Talking to you. You referred me to this piece of doo-doo. Nigel. I'll show you a picture of him, y'all, because he was all up in, he want to hang with all the YouTubers. He got a picture with Juliet, a video with Juliet. I'll show you who he is. That was the one that referred me to my security. Didn't know this dude at all. At all. At all. So I felt like I was there by myself. I didn't have anyone. And this is why these videos and these town hall meetings and these discussions, this is why they're so imperative, because no one should ever feel like that when there are other African Americans in the country. I feel like I didn't have anyone. So I was just waiting out my time to get on a plane and come back to America. So I dealt with that dude. And when I say dealt with, I let him stay around. He didn't live with me, Dick. No, he did not live with me. but I let him still be in my presence because I didn't have anyone else. And then I didn't know if the CEO of Invest Relocate Africa was still looking for me. And then I didn't feel safe. And then y'all see me get assaulted. So you knew I wasn't safe, right? So I told the sister, I said, look, this, that, you know what she said to me? Oh no. You love him. I said, first of all, y'all Gambians throw around that love too easily, right? Because I don't even think some of them know what love is. You take abuse and he treats you like crap, but I love him. So you keep chasing after him. You do that because you're 20 some odd years old or 30. I am 44, about to be 45. Penis don't make me jump, boo. Right? It's plenty of them out there. You can pick and choose. It doesn't make me jump. So I said all that to say this. She told me, like, oh, when I first walked into the restaurant with my security, she said to herself, like, oh, this boy is not good. I said, well, when were you going to tell me this? Oh, I couldn't just walk up to you and say that and did it. Okay, but sister, you've known me for almost the full amount of time that I've been coming back and forth to the Gambia, for almost 4 years. You didn't say anything until I was robbed. Then you want to tell me the truth. When I say he's this, he's that, oh no, give him a chance. So you took up for him. You know what I said to her? Sister, I no longer look at you as a sister. You're no longer, no friend. I have nothing to say to you. So you have to be mindful of the people that are even, you think is a female, and you think that this person is a friend, and all they're doing is covering for the criminal. That's what I was telling you all earlier, but I didn't get a chance to finish that story when I was telling you about the party. So there are people that I spoke to and that I considered friends back in the day when I first got there, and some things happened and they were like, they didn't tell me. So guess what? I don't talk to them. I would do that in America. If you put me in harm's way and you know something is wrong and you don't say anything, then I'm not talking to you. Would I? We're not friends no more. I have nothing to say to you. If I see you in the streets, I'll speak. But other than that, no. Criminals in Nigeria have guns for sure. Okay. So maybe it was maybe he wasn't on the up and up, and that's how he got shot. Because his brother didn't get shot. His brother lived there, right? He's a taxi driver. But, if you live in, what do they say? If you live by the gun, you die by the gun. What about Tanzania, Tay? I don't know anyone in Tanzania. I really don't like their residential things, but I'm going to travel. I do want to go to Kenya. I want to visit Rwanda. I want to go to Zimbabwe. I have no desire to go to South Africa. I do want to visit Namibia again and go see the people that I saw when I was there. I want to go to Angola. Shout out to Monica. I'm going to your country, boo. I guarantee you they love me more than they love you. Monica from the UK. That was my my ex's fiance. He had a fiance, he had a Gambian girlfriend. This is why I say, y'all, they think, oh, Tay, you need I know what I want. I know what I want, and I'm going to hold out until I get what I want. And I don't want a man that is, first of all, my life is a little complicated. Right now, I'm living in America. I want to be in Africa, but I have to stay here until it's time for me to go. If I have a husband, I don't want my husband living overseas. I need his ass here to help me, right? But then he got to be able to want to go back in the next 5 to 7 years, because so this is why I don't even bother to even have conversations with dudes, but when I tell them what I tell them, they just want to come to America. All they see is America and come here and being a worker bee. And that's not what I want. If I have a Gambian man and he comes to America to be with me, then guess what? I'm going to show him the American side of business. And I'm going to tell him, look at this and then think about the Gambia. What can we do? You ain't got to come here and be a worker bee. You can come here and be an entrepreneur. Juliet don't do nothing but lie. It ain't nothing for her to tell one. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, he was in the medical bed. I mean, he was in the hospital bed, and he was she showed a video of some of him walking like, so I don't know though. But no, I think he did get shot. Let me be clear, because I did talk to the brother and I did talk to his friend. So I think he did get shot. It's just that she was trying to exploit him getting shot. He did get shot. When I talked to his brother was at the hospital. But Juliet, girl, you better be so happy that African people are super nice, right? Because the love of your life's brother could have ripped you. Yeah, he asked, how do you get in touch with Tay? I want to talk to Tay. Because he wanted to expose your trifling marshmallow behind. Because you're just disrespectful. But you better be happy that he's nice. Ooh, you better be so happy. And that I haven't heard from them again. Because I would just sit here and just give them the platform and let them tell the truth about your fat ass. Sorry, y'all. Question, Tay, if I may. With all that is going on in Gambia with your court cases, do you currently feel safe when there? Yes, I do. I do. Because of where I stay. Stella like, all right, girl, it's been long enough. I do feel safe. I stay with Gambians. And what I do, Andrea, is I have to tell myself, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil. Because God is with me. The ancestors are with me. Even with all these things that happen, it could have turned out way worse. I could have hit my head on the cement steps and died, right? But God. So God looked out for me and he gave me this mission. That's what Gambian said. He gave me this mission. And the people that I stay with, they like, hey, the man of the house told the young boy, Sumatao. Sumatao means my firstborn. Sumachat, my lastborn, right? So I call him my son because he could be my son, but he goes with me all the time. They don't ever want me to be by myself, but there are some times where I travel by myself, go get on the local thing, because guess what? Now I know. You put your mother effing hands on me, I guess I'll just be in mile 2. Right? I'll just be in mile 2. Like, Bag, can you bring me some vegetables? I need some water and some bread. I'll be in there teaching Zumba. Because I'm not going to deal with what I've dealt with in the past. I'm not going to deal with that. Right? So, but I do feel safe. I do feel safe. One thing about Gambians is when they're in court and they're in trouble, they keep saying they're not going to mess with you. They're not going to mess with you. I think that they know the system better than we know the system. We don't know the system. So we're learning more about the medical side of things because of what happened with Sister Anja. We're learning about the legal side of things because of what happened to me. Right? So all of us are going through certain things, bagged and built their beautiful home and got the land. We all have intricate parts that we're going to have to share with each other. So we know that in America, it's all of this separation, capitalism is me, you, that's yours, this mine. What I'm seeing is us coming to live on the continent. What it's doing is it's going to make us rid ourselves of that mother effing Willie Lynch syndrome. Whether it's a myth or not, it's going to help us to rid ourselves of that. We are going to have to depend on each other whether we want to or not. And I feel like that's one of the generational curses that the ancestors is pulling away from us, because it's showing that we have to stick together. We are outsiders. No matter how much we love Gambians, I love the hell out of Gambians, but not all Gambians love me, especially the criminals. They like, this B, why don't she just drop dead? I know they want me out of this world. They want me gone dead. But this is teaching us how to stick together. Now, pick and choose. Let me see. I'm gonna pick and choose my man. You got options there. Don't just run for the first one. Don't just run for the first one. But she wasn't. She was not a friend. And that's why, look, her messages are on unread. And I'm going to tell you this. I wasn't just being a B. What I said to her, I gave her opportunity, and I kept saying, but sister, I came to you and I said, he's doing this, he's doing that. I gave you an opportunity and you still took up for him. She was like, I protected him. And then she said, but I was protecting your relationship. I said, what relationship? You just said when he walked in, you knew that he wasn't SHIT. You just said that when the bumsters walk in, they're like, why is she with him? None of y'all said anything, but y'all want to smile in my face. This is why I don't talk to them. She's like, why? My mom said, why we don't see you? You ain't gonna see me dead. What? For your ass to set me up again? I told her how much money I lost in the Gambia. She says, oh man, that's a lot of money. I could never see that money. Then she says, did you get your money back? Oh, I want to ask you about that money. What the F? Y'all, all I want is my land, my house, my garden, my dogs, and my husband, and my adopted twins that I'm going to make twins. That's it. Like, I'll mess with people and everything. Priceless, the priceless one. Good night. I don't get it. Okay, so now let me finish up with this. Yeah, that's one of the reasons we didn't go to Tanzania, because of the residential thing. And y'all know that we were taught how to say Tanzania. America taught us how to say Tanzania. It's not Tanzania. It's Tanzania. So Americans, y'all teachers, y'all done taught us the wrong way all our lives. Our whole damn lives, they done told us the wrong way. You have to leave every 90 days. Yeah. Ain't nobody got time for that. And then there were some people that were there and they weren't treated right either. We're just not treated right anywhere we go on a continent by some people. And that's why we just need to just do our own thing. We got our own thing. That's what we need. That's what we need. So let me just finish this and then I'm out because it's been 3 hours. So the sister that was unalive in Ghana, not to speak ill of the dead, but I just feel like we've been saying, if you're going to have fun, have fun. Don't, fiance, he just trying to get to America or to the West. Now, some people were saying that she was an American, African-American. Then other people were saying that she was Ghanaian living in America. I don't know. But evidently she is a diasporan, either continental African that came to America, then went back, or she's an African-American. Whichever one it is, she lived in America. She must have had 2 cars. She had a little money. And for me, even with Shekinah, whatever Shekinah did, I just feel like no one deserves to lose their life or leave this planet like that. I watched true crime, y'all. I'm thinking about doing a true crime podcast. Yes. Because, and it connects with Travel with Tay. Be safe, because Lord, people crazy all over the world. But no one deserves to leave this earth like that. No one. DS, good night. Oh, you saying good night to Priceless. Sorry. I'm about to say it's too early for you to be going to bed. This is why I say, women, be mindful. We are not in our 20s. We're not spring chickens. We are middle-aged. Some of us are older than others. But if you are single and you want to have fun, like Bag said, don't bring them to your home. Don't be lazy. Go get a hotel room. Right? Don't call your regular taxi either. Call a different one. Move incognito. Yes, I did say incognito. Yes, I said it. Move like that. Move like you creeping, so I creep. Yeah. If y'all see how Gambians move around, they hide their money. They don't want you to know ish. That's how we need to move. They will ask you 1,000,001 questions. I'm like, are you writing a damn book? No, because they want to know everything about you to see how they can get ahead and get over on you. Hopefully one day I will be able to have travel tours and teach you all how to maneuver. I don't think this is going to be the last person. Things are going to happen. People want to be secretive. They don't want their families to know that they're dealing with someone that's half their age or the age of their child. Move in silence. That is how Africans are. Pro Youth Services Limited. You're absolutely right. But when we come there, they don't want us to move in silence. They want to know everything about us. When I was staying in Lamen, where Stella they tried to cut her paw off. They cut her paw off. I was walking down the street. They're like, oh, where you live? I'm like, oh, I don't tell nobody where I live. I tell people quick. Oh, did they? So then I asked them, for deka? Huh? Right? I'm asking them where you live. Oh, I can't tell you where I live if you're not telling me. Okay, that's fine. That's what I say. You don't need to know where I live. I don't even know you. I meet you and you asking me where I live. But that is exactly how Africans move. So I'm walking down the street. Where you stay? I don't tell nobody where I stay. I walk in, I get home. She was from Ghana. Okay, so she was Ghanaian. Okay. Thank you, Miss Hope. Thank you, Mrs. Hope. Thank you so much. So the housekeeper, I get to the guest house, the housekeeper, oh yeah, she's telling me, yeah, the woman that was at the road, she asked you where you live. I'm like, uh-huh. Oh, that's my sister. I said, oh, it is. Yeah, so I told her, oh yeah, she stays where I work. I said, why did you tell her that? Oh, because if I wanted her, I don't care that that's your damn sister. If I wanted her to know, then I would have told her my damn self. So you even got to be mindful of that, because this is why they say, why are you learning the language? Because I need to know what the F people are saying. I need to know what's going on. Now, I'm going to start speaking Pig Latin to y'all African Americans so that way nobody will know what we're saying, right? Because they act like they don't speak English. They speak English. They know what you're saying. They may not get the full gist of it, but they know what you're saying. We should start speaking Pig Latin. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, uye, uende. Mm-hmm. They be like, what are they speaking? Not English. But you have to be mindful and don't tell people stuff, right? The only thing I tell people is, this ninjas robbed me. They don't want to hear that. Oh, sorry, yeah. And then they walk away. I'm telling y'all have to know how to move around. Everything is a game. Everything is a game. I'm like, damn. So, yeah. Don't tell people anything. Give them a fake name. You give them a fake phone number, and now they on some old, they will pull out their phone and call you right then and there. It's like, come on, man. Like, you Allen. That's thirsty, right? But me, I don't care. I'm giving them my local number, because when I go back to America, you're not going to harass me. That local number is going to stay right here, and the SIM card is with someone else, so you call and harass him, because I ain't got time for it, right? Now, they'll call my local number. Oh, yeah, I got it. Okay, yeah, this your number. Okay. They call. What am I saving this as? Do not answer. Now, when they keep calling 5-10 times over, block. Now I'm not talking to you at all. I don't care. They say, don't give your number out. Well, it's nice when you say no, but then they harass you. It's like, yo, then if a man tells me don't give your number out because they're doing this, okay, then if you see this man keep asking me for my number and I told him no, then bring your little chocolate ass over here and tell him, hey, what did she say? Dama. But they're not doing that. So it's like an African-American woman, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. You want us to take your abuse and shut the hell up, but we're the men to say, hey, you see that this bumpster is harassing me. But then they say, oh, y'all too masculine. You have all. Well, what the hell are we supposed to do? Just let someone harass us and we're single? Act accordingly, y'all. Just be mindful. take my Wolof classes. So when they say something to you, you be like, Damal, Dede Damal. No go. That's what that means. Damal. 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 They understand. I don't have time for you, Dick. Tell them you're Nigerian. Where you from? I'm Nigerian. They will run away from you like they are track stars. So it's just understanding the game. But don't romanticize about these men, no matter how. First of all, they go to the gym nonstop. That's their job, y'all. Some men don't even have a job, but they got money to pay for the gym. Why? Because I gotta look good. So I could bag me a two-bob. I gotta look good. Y'all gotta know the game. And I guess we are the prize. And then in America, they treat us like crap. We go to other countries, they like, oh my God, you're an American. And we take that and we like, oh, yes, yes. But it's only because they want a green card. Okay. All right. So we should be good now. I caught it this time, y'all. I caught it. So I'm going to leave with this. I'm going to leave you all with this because everything has died. The light has died. Everything has died. And I've been sitting here for 3 hours. And Queen Almighty is out there laying on her mat, right? Sack that housekeeper. That is a good lesson. Don't let people working for you tell anybody who don't need to know your work or business address. Yes, but that wasn't even, I was staying at a guest house, so that wasn't even my housekeeper. But the owner allowed Stella Paul to get cut off by the watchman. So he is not a good businessman. He doesn't know what the hell is going on in his own damn business. And she don't know how to clean. He just complained. I don't know. I could say this, y'all. If y'all go there and you open up businesses, we know how America runs. And we know that one of the things that if you give in the Gambia, if you have a business, is excellent customer service. If you give excellent customer service, you're going to have customers lined up around the corner, because Gambians complain about the customer service as well. So psychotherapist Stacy Kaiser says violence doesn't lessen, it escalates. Think about the two people that were unalived on purpose that we know about. Think about what Sister Anja said. It didn't lessen, it escalated. I don't know what happened to Sister Anja, but in my opinion, I think there was some juju or something going on. That's just my opinion. I think she was targeted and something happened and they unalived her. Whether it was black magic or something, that's what I believe. No one can tell me any different, especially looking at the videos of what she was saying. Yes, I think there was something else going on, but I don't know why there was something else going on, if that makes sense. So, violence does not lessen, it escalates. The woman that was in Ghana, do I believe that there was some red flags? Absolutely. She probably told him no before. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. I just feel like if someone just going to come and just bow and then bury you in the backyard and then take both of your cars, it wasn't just him, it was his friend. So I'm like, hold up. When I see these friends, there's a TV show called Murder Amongst Friends. I love y'all. I love my friends to life. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Ain't no way, shape, or form I'm going to unalive someone for you all. I'm not doing that. But the friend, for him to help I don't know if he helped with the bludgeon or whatever, but he was there to take both cars. What the hell? All over a vehicle. First of all, Ninja, the hood knows that you don't have a car. The hood knows that you were dealing with this Westerner or a Ghanaian that went to the West. That she had something. They talk. We just don't know what they're saying. They're like, oh yeah, this person is with this American. Oh, they're with this Black American. Even when you're talking to a Gambian, they don't want to talk to you when their friends are around because they're speaking to you in English. And they don't want their friends to know because then their friends are going to be like, ah, you got an American that you about to get money. Now they're looking at him as a target. Yeah, you heard me right. The Gambian is looking at the Gambian that has an American friend as a target. So if you see someone with an individual that you know may not be good for them, Miss L, this was Miss L's notes, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it because she's going in this 12 o'clock. Here is a way to approach the situation. The person may not be ready to be receptive of the information. How many times you say you see a friend, dude cheating, you want to tell the friend, but you like, I don't know. You tell the friend and now she done turned on you. It can happen. That's what Hudai said. Well, what if I told you this and you went and told him I gotta live here? It's like with the police. When the police want you to snitch or say something, you're like, Ninja, I gotta live in this community. You go home to your cracker town. What the hell? Right? So she said, I still gotta live here. She was like, love is blind. Oh, y'all were interested in each other. You wouldn't have listened. You little 28, 7, 30-year-old little ass girl. You gonna tell me how I use my brain? What sense does that make? That's why I said that be not a friend. You ain't a friend. F you. Forget you. Because but this is what I say. And I tell her, I said, sister, you're a virgin. You're married, but you're a virgin. You never traveled. You really don't have an experienced life. How the heck can you tell me about myself? I wish I had some Gambian confidence. I really wish I did have the confidence that they have. So yes, some people may not be receptive to the information. She told me about her mother and some other woman. The woman was older than me. And her mother went and said, this dude, da-da-da-da-da-da. And I said to her, well, that's where you messed up. That's where your mama messed up at. That's what she messed up at. You don't go and say this. The mom didn't even know the dude. So the mom was just being messy. You don't know him. So now Hudai is like, well, my mom, she walking the streets and, she doesn't know what the dude looked like. That's not safe for her. Then Hudai, why didn't you go and talk to the woman? Because you said you knew what he looked like. This is why I say she was double talking, and this is why I don't have anything to say to her. But this is what can happen. We are outsiders. We are strangers. Everyone in the Gambia, this is not comment is not for them, but some people will only see us as an opportunity. We are mother effing outsiders. Y'all see how much I try to assimilate, immerse myself into the culture, but I'm understanding that no matter what, some things I can be respectful to other people, but they not going to be respectful to me. So now when I walk down the street, I got my headphones in, whether I have music in or not, I'm talking on the phone or not, I got my headphones in. Oh, sister. The Gambian sisters don't pay the dues no mind. They look straight and keep it moving. I have my sunglasses on. I don't have anything to say to you. Oh, Now, if they're walking past me, oh, where you live? My stride, I never stop my stride. I just keep walking. Oh, yeah. My husband, I gotta go. Whatever that's in my heart, that comes to my mind, that's what I say. Whatever lie. They lie to us. So, because how many people will choose their mate instead of the truth, right? That's what it is. That's what it is. So, Priestess Black Jewel was saying that we should feel good during we should feel good before the relationship. We should feel good during the relationship, and we should feel good after the relationship is over. And this is where self-love comes into play. There's always something about us, a person. We look in the mirror, there's always something about us that we want to change, which is fine. Some things we can change, some things we can't. But you all are going to see a video either tonight or tomorrow, and it's a non-scale victory video. And I'm basically saying that no matter what state you are in life, I'm fighting these criminals. I have to be comfortable in the state that I'm in so I can move on to the next stage, right? So just be comfortable in the state that you're in. If you're single, enjoy your singleness. If you're in a relationship, you're married, fiance, whatever, enjoy whatever state of life that you are in, no matter what. If it's a relationship, your job, your weight loss journey, your hair journey, whatever. We have to learn to find peace where we are. We have to learn to find peace in the season that we're in. That's the best way to say it. So, because we are there. We're in the Gambia heavy. African Americans are there, right? We're helping to build the Gambia. We're opening up businesses, we're paying taxes. We are building the infrastructure of the country. Not just building your home. So we have a right to look out for each other, even if it's not within the system of the government. I keep saying people want the government to do this, do that, do this, do that. No governments, except for Sweden, I think, are there for the people. The people have to do it. I know y'all know I'm not a big Tyler Perry fan. Tyler Perry, Daddy's Little Girls, and I can't stand Gabrielle Union, but Daddy's Little Girls, what happened? In the end, they took the community back. They in the streets beating people with frying pans, whatever. This is what we have to do. And I'm not saying going out here beating people with frying pans. What I'm saying is we have to look out for each other. We have to consciously cut away and pull away from the Willie Lynch syndrome that, oh, you can't be better than me, this, that, and the third. We need each other. And we need each other more on the continent. And with that being said, God bless you and good night. No, thank you so much, y'all. Thank you so much for riding with me for these 3 hours. I hope to see you all at the next town hall talk discussion. Like I said, I will be opening up my platform for people to come in and talk. I'm learning how to use the private room and the green room because I don't want it to just be a monologue. I love that you all come in, y'all have your comments. I love that you all are so interactive with me. But if it's for someone that's like, I don't want to type, I want to get on there and I want to talk like Miss Wendy did, I will give you the opportunity to come and have your opinion. We all have an opinion, just like we all got buttholes, right? We are all not going to agree, but we can be respectful and agree to disagree and respect each other's opinions. But we as a people that are going to the continent, we have to find a way to stick together, look out for each other, and especially in the Gambia. Can't speak for other countries. Haven't been to them. But especially in the Gambia, because what is happening to us in the Gambia, sisters, don't love these dudes, okay? You can love them for that night and then keep it moving. Hang out with him. Just don't hang out with him at home. And if he start asking you for money, or if you go out with him and you got to pay, then keep it moving. Because Gambians got money. They find money for what they want to find it for. Okay? I've been out with some dudes that really didn't have any money. Tay didn't have to pay for anything. But not with my security, right? He thought that I was going to be like Monica and Benna, and I'm not. And I don't even know if he came to court because the prosecutor has not responded. And I think the prosecutor has not responded because he's scared to tell me that court didn't proceed. Because when I went to court, the judge said, this case needs to be expedited. This case has been on the books since 2021. But I tell you one thing, criminals, if I lived there, y'all would be shaking in your mother effing boots. Because I'll be right in court with my security. That's not a bumster dick. Will Smith, women have been gaining from relationships forever. At these women's age, it was time to give back to the community. What? Let me read this again. Women have been gaining from relationships forever. At these women ages, it was time to give back to the community. So I think you're talking about like the Gambians one, the men that were finessing these women. Let me know if I got that wrong. But it's hard for us African-American women that are not going there for the tourism. It's extremely hard because the culture is, that's what all y'all came here for. Y'all came here for my pee-pee, for my ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, like Bag said, right? All of y'all came here for that. And it's like, no, that's not what I'm here for. First of all, I can't take your ding-a-ling and go pay my my lease, my rent. I can't take your ding-a-ling and go pay cash power. I can't take that and go get data. So what the hell? You see what I'm saying? We're too old for this. We're too old to be, what did Erykah Badu, not Badu, Erykah, God, what was her name? I'm not my hair. India Arie. What did she say? No, wrong person. Jill Scott. We are too old to be digmatized. We're too old for that. We are too old for that. But I'm seeing that some people are older, but the mentality is not there. The maturity is not there. No matter what type of job they have, no matter what type of money they make, the maturity is not there. And they get finessed by these dudes because they don't have any, they're not loving themselves. There's no self-love. They're not doing anything to make themselves feel better about themselves, right? Look, if you're fat, go for a damn walk. Y'all see me killing it with Tabo. Why? Because I'm trying to get these last few pounds off of me. 15. It ain't few. It's 15 pounds. Trying to get these last 15 pounds off of me. Right? If you got gray hair, then dye it or henna it. Right? If you have issues with your nails, I think I'm unconsciously stressing. Right? Because I'm still biting my nails here and there. But how do I stop that? I need to get on a schedule and go get manicures. Right? So there are ways, there are always going to be problems in our lives, but we can always find a solution and find some self-love so you're not a desperate Debbie for these continental Africans or anyone. It's just that we don't, I don't know. In America, we be looking at the dudes like, our guard is up. Then we go to Africa, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you come in. I stayed at a commissioner's home. His wife was a two-bob, didn't like her. She was a little racist, so I didn't stay there. I left and went and stayed locally. Beautiful compound, but she a piece of crap. Come back. I left my blanket and my sneakers there, so I came to pick it up. I see her. She got a boot. Oh, what happened to you? I didn't fail. That's because you mean as hell, lady. But one thing I can say is she's a two-bob. Husband is a Gambian. One thing I will say is when the people came to drop me off, the people that I was staying with locally, the Gambians, when they came to drop me off at the commissioner's house, he wanted me to stay there because he wanted me to feel safe. Which I did, but his wife was just a piece of crap. They had to leave everything on the porch. And the wife made sure she told me, Modu, who was the security, he is not, no one is allowed in the house. Nobody but the housekeeper and the dog. Even though the husband said he don't want the dog in the house, right? So there are certain things that Gambians do that I will pick up on. They don't let everyone come in their home. So Americans, if you have a taxi driver, you just came from the airport and he dropping you off, you let him leave your bags right there at the door and you bring them issues inside. Let them leave them at the gate. You can push them inside. Don't let people know where you live. Don't let them in to case the joint to see what you have. Don't be lazy. Don't be lazy. You want to have fun? Go to a damn hotel room. And if y'all really want to have some fun, then let Tay know. I don't live there yet, but I said I will have dinners. Speed dating. No one can, no contacts, right? You're not sharing any contacts. Speed dating. You come in, we have our best attire, you sit down, the men are moving, the men are moving, the women sitting there, or the men are moving, the women sitting there, whichever one. After the speed dating portion is over, then we sit down and we have dinner. Now, if someone wants to go and sit beside someone else because you connected, then you go and you do that. Yes, y'all ninjas will be signing a waiver because you ain't going to sue me. But my thing is I just want to be able to introduce people to people, vet the people that have jobs, the people that go to work every day, to keep that way. If people want to have fun, you have fun, but stay the hell away from the bumpsters. We on vacation, so of course we're like, I'm going to the beach, put my feet up. You can't even enjoy yourself because of damn bumpsters. Yo, I seen bumpsters chasing two bobs. That ish was funny as literally chasing them down the beach. The two bobs like, leave us alone. They run it. Yo, that ish was funny as all hell. So now the two bobs are learning, like, look, just leave us the hell alone. We'll come and get you when we want you. Someone said in what's on Gambia, oh, the people from the West are just coming here and just using the women. You can't use someone that has self-respect. You girls are Gambian. You're Muslim, not Gambian, you're Muslim. You're not even supposed to be having premarital relations, right? So if you know what the Western men are doing, then how about you keep your legs closed? Keep your cookie to yourself. He'll wine and dine you. Get to know him. If I'm going to get married to someone, he's not getting any. No, because I don't need to be digmatized, right? Then it's like, oh, it's okay, right? He giving me some good love and I'm going to ignore that red flag. I love what Sierra and Russell did. Look at their relationship. I don't know what happens behind closed doors, but I could tell you the way he is loving her in public, and I mean, it's amazing. That's how she's supposed to be treated. I mean, after she left Future, I know she like, oh my God, I done made it to the promised land with Russell. But I do believe it's because I forgot my earring. I do believe it's because they practice abstinence. They got to know each other. And that's what I would do with any Gambian or any continental African, anybody. I need to talk to you. I need to get to know you. No, you're not coming to my house. No, it ain't going to be no damn Netflix and chill. Okay? You want to get to know me, then you need to court me. First of all, you ain't got to spend a whole bunch of money. I like nature. Let's go on. Look, you make me some food and we go on a nature hike and walking and we're talking. I like food and fitness and I like nature, right? The more you think about a date than just taking me to a restaurant, I mean, you put some thought into it. But I want to get to know. You got to make love to my mind before you can touch my body. Right? So you just got to be mindful. Stay away from, yes, they look good. But if you really want something, and this is for the older women, the younger women, hold on to that cookie. These dudes be courting me left and right in the Gambia. Y'all see me going everywhere. Nookie, you ain't getting that, ninja. I don't know you. You know what I say to them? We not married. That's what the Gambians say to the Westerners. We are not married. So no enjoyment day. Someone said to me, oh, but you gotta, some rules are meant to be bent and broken. I said, you telling me that rules in the Quran need to be. He couldn't say anything. As a man, he's just like, look, just because you're not married, you got to have some fun sometime. I think he was just fishing for me to be his second wife. Preach. Also, the open access to children that is not being stopped by the citizens make the pedos think they can do whatever. It has to be stopped in the Gambia. Andrea, I'm going to do a video about that. I have this picture of this Tubab, and he's walking with this child. And I was at a police station with someone, and I'm outside, and I'm talking to someone, and I'm like, what the hell? He's like, oh, that's their friend. And I had to literally say to the Gambian, what you mean that's their friend? This man is an old Tubab looking like my grandfather, and this looks like this could be his great grandson. What do they have in common? But this is something that I feel like it's Stockholm syndrome. They have been accustomed to accepting this stuff from these Tubabs and all this abuse for so long, and then we come and we say something, and they're like, how dare you say that? I gotta take out for massa. I don't understand. So I'm going to tell you one thing. I don't care who doesn't say what, right? I'm not going to put my hands on them. But if I see any type of this type of behavior, pedo, oh, no. Y'all saw how y'all didn't see, but you heard how I reacted at the customer. I'm not accepting that. And if any Gambian say something, I'm like, who the hell are you? Then what if this happened to your damn daughter? What if this happened to your little sister? I'm going to bring it back to them to think about it. It's just that this is the culture, and this has happened for so long that they just accept it. But you got to think about it. We deal with trauma. They're dealing with trauma. You see the way Gambian women walking around. You see the depression in their face. We just messed up as a people, y'all. We just messed up. And it's not going to change in this lifetime. And it has to be beneficial to me. Show me respect, fondle my intellect, stimulate my mind, make me laugh, treat me like a lady. Yeah, I have standards. That part, Andrea. That part, Mrs. Daniels or Miss Daniels. That part. I mean, we know how we want to be treated, and we go over there and we accepting this from these dudes. I got robbed because I spoke up. Oh, I love you. Ninja, you don't love me. Go home to your wife. Go home to your girlfriend. That's what I was saying. Didn't know any of this, but it was in my spirit, and it turned out to be the truth. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Yes, don't let workmen or drivers enter your home if they don't need to. You could even prevent drivers entering your compound gate. Pro Use Services Limited. Thank you so much for being such an intricate part of my life. Thank you all for the comments. Thank you for Miss Wendy for coming on. Thank you, Miss Leslie, for coming on and hosting with me. Thank you to Bag for y'all staying up. Everyone that's on the continent, y'all stayed up and rode with me. It would be better if I did lives at like 2:00 in the afternoon, but if I don't do them on the weekend, I can't do them during the week. So we'll see. But I have so many videos I want to put out for you all, and I'm trying. But if I was on the continent, I can hire people to help me. I just can't do that here. But thank you so much. I'll see you all in the next video. And y'all stay on Art Kathy, okay? Oh, I thought you went to sleep. Thank you so much, sister. I know the internet was tripping. It's Africa. But I'm happy that we got a chance to do what we did. And this won't be the last one. I can't wait to see you all. I can't wait to see you, Miss L. I'm getting emotional. I miss the Gambia so much. I'm stuck here in America for some time. Thanks to Stella. Can't wait to see you back. Come out there. Y'all need some free help. I'm coming out there. I need to lose some weight. I'll come out there and work in your garden for some free food. Thank you so much, Rain. And you all, if you're living in the Gambia, if you have a little side thing, just keep these things in mind. We don't want to have to do a video about you. We don't. And Khadijah, I'm not done with you, boo. Because I don't want to have to do a video about you either. But what you're doing for your husband that assaulted me and the other woman, I don't know what you think he's doing. If he is verbally abusing you, physically abusing you, he's practicing to take you up out of this world. They used to say that Gambians, oh no, they wouldn't kill you. They killing each other left and right. They're killing each other left and right, and we're strangers. And you see that some people look at us like we don't belong there. They don't want us there. Not everyone, but some people say they don't want us there. We don't belong there. So for them to hurt us is really nothing to them. If they will kill their own brother, literally. I'm not speaking figuratively. I'm speaking literally. Right? So y'all be safe out there. Never thought we would have to, when we were there, Americans would say, y'all be safe. We're like, what you mean be safe? We in Africa. Y'all be safe out there. Y'all single women, be safe. Please reach out to Miss L, reach out to Bag, try to understand and find out, get more information about this buddy system, right? I feel like we should have some type of get-togethers with a bunch of the African-American women there, even the men, because I mean, honestly, the men are making videos, but what are they actually doing to help us? Molly Morris? Because when I got robbed, you said you came to my compound. Oh, what do you need? I need food. Did you bring food over? No, that wasn't even your restaurant. That was the woman's restaurant. You just came over there to be nosy. But let's be clear about this, Molly Morris. Who told me about the compound in Bigelow where I got robbed at? I'm like a pastor, right? I've been leaving. My mother be like, you like the pastor. You've been closing for 30 minutes now. But Molly Morris, you ask, oh, wow, what did I do to you? Or what didn't I do to you? Ninja. You know, some of these YouTubers, y'all, are fake as hell. Okay? And then the women are like, oh my God, he's so fine. He's so fine. He blew my mind. Hey, Mickey. Right? And you don't even know who he is. Right? Molly Morris, did you really lock Angel in the closet, in the room, and yell at her when y'all lived in the UK? Were you really abusing Angel? And poor Angel, you the one got the business, sister. You ain't even need that bumpster. He didn't do anything but disrespect you and talk crazy and talk sexual to other women in front of you. And then when he moved out, you gave him an allowance? I don't understand what's going on with these women. This is why when they meet somebody like me, they're like, we're going to rob you because you're not falling in line. I'm not going to fall in line with bullshit. I'm not. I ain't built like that. No. So, Molly Morris, I'm just going to say this, y'all. I got the compound not even a month of me being in the Gambia, right? I wasn't safe in Ghana town, so I needed somewhere where I had the key. Now, this is where I feel like Molly Morris and Phoenix Rain was working together. Phoenix showed me 2 apartments that, I wouldn't even let Stella live in. Gambian living is not the same as African-American living, y'all, right? We can't live locally. We weren't born there. We're not built like that. I live as local as I can, right? But this place, I was like, what is this? Like, no. So who took me to the compound that I rented? Molly Morris. So Molly came there. Phoenix was there, but Phoenix didn't have anywhere to stay, right? So of course she's going to get a compound. That way I could stay with her. Right? But there are apartments. Molly, why didn't you take me to an apartment when you knew I was only going to be there for 5 weeks? Oh, is it because the agent is the owner's Ibrahima Bangora's brother? And he charged $30,000 Dalasi for the agent fee? Y'all, ain't no damn agent fee that much money. But these mofos are praying 5 times a day. Ibrahima and your brother, I don't know what your brother's name is, but he's watching my status and he's being inappropriate. Oh, that blue light and Ninja. This is the bullshit that we got to deal with. This is the bullshit that we got to deal with. So just let me just give you some numbers. 30,000 Dalasi at a 50 Dalasi exchange rate was $600. What agent in the Gambia is getting $600? Ninja, you were charging $600 a month. So who split that money? Was it Molly and Ibrahima Bangora's brother who served as the agent? What the hell is his name? I don't know his name. He saw me in the streets one day with me and my security. He picked us up. His wife was in there. I spoke to his wife. But the way he was talking, the wife was looking kind of turned. I'm sitting behind her. B, I don't want your old ass husband. Don't want him dead. But you think that all African-American women, because you look at TV, you look at social media, and you think that all we want to do is smash, smash, smash. No. No. How about you get to know each and every one of us individually so you don't judge us as a whole the way y'all say we shouldn't judge Gambians as a whole? It's the hypocrisy. So yes, Molly Morris, he comes to the compound. He says, he knocks on. I'm like, who is it? He said, it's Molly. Now, if y'all know my security, y'all know his name is kind of close to Molly, right? Just switch a letter, right? So I looked at that gate. I turned and walked in the house, right? He said, hey, Shantae, it's Molly Morris. I said, oh, I thought you said something. So I opened the gate. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Then I heard this happen. And well, how can I help you? What do you need? I said, well, honestly, what I need is food. I'll pay for it, but I need food because when I leave the house, I'm leaving in the morning. By the time I get home, I haven't eaten. Okay, I'm gonna go and talk to Angel. I don't even think he said he's gonna go and talk to Angel because he was acting like it was his restaurant. Where he at now? They say he married to an African-American woman. Feel sorry for her, dummy. So, I never got any food, never heard from him. He just came over there to be nosy. But I think he came over there because he wanted to know what happened because he was the one that referred me to this damn house. He the one brought us over there. He's the one brought us over there. Molly Morris, piece of shit, broke ass, bum ass nigga. Yes, I said that. Yes, I sure did. Sorry, y'all. Meant to say ninja, but the nigga word came out. And it's nigga, not black person, ignorant. Because he's ignorant as hell. I don't get it. I don't get it. So when y'all see that, oh, she wasn't hanging with this person, they wanted us to come to Motu so they can get money. But guess what, y'all? I'm not paying $20 for no damn little ass meal. I don't do that in America. So then some of these Americans keep going to Motus and these restaurants every day, and then they're crying about they broke. I'm broke. And then you think that someone that comes to the continent that is more financially stable, they got to support your ass? What the F is going on? Not me. I did help some African Americans. I helped the wrong ones. They know now when they see me, they put their head down because I'm like, B, I will F you up. You want to talk all that nonsense on WhatsApp? I'm in your face now. What's up, B? LaSonia? What did LaSonia say? LaSonia was like, she's sitting in the taxi car like this. I said, no, B, you had all this to say? She ain't say nothing. Miss L, you coming back? I said I was getting off, but I'm not off yet.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back. I'm reeling you in.
But certain things need to be said because, like, if people don't know, if I'm on YouTube and I'm like, yeah, this, that, and the third, and I don't know you, and then they come there and then they get screwed by people. I'm just telling people what I went through, and so it don't happen to you because some people are coming there and they're being fake and phony, and they just want something from you.
Yes, and I do agree. I agree. Money can go here very quickly. I was saying before, it's like water in your hands. You can't even grab hold of it. You think it's a lot. You think it's a little, but it's a lot. because over time, it just keeps adding up because it's not being replaced. Now, here is the caveat to being in the Gambia, more specifically Africa as a whole. They tell you, you're not going to go there and get a job. Whichever country you're in, you're not going to go there and make an American living.
Nope. Unless you're working for an American company.
Unless, sure. Now that's different. Now, I just spoke to a friend of mine today. I said, if my company rehired me and I was able to work remotely from here, I'd be very happy. But that's not being realistic. It's not going to happen. And because of the quality of service, it could not happen. Working remotely can be very stressful to someone who needs the services of the internet. And so you end up having a situation like that. Eventually your company will be like, look, this is not working for me, and it's time for you to either get back here or let go of that job.
And it also depends where you are, because I don't have the issues of the internet. Like, I have my router. Well, he didn't put it on my router, but my phone, I don't have those issues, Miss L. Like, I pay almost US dollars, about almost $60, right? But my internet is fast, right? I don't have that issue. So, and I mean, that's another video about different jobs, right? Maybe not your job, but the customer service jobs for airlines and different jobs. I think that's a great thing to look at.
I have seen some ads.
You can have strong internet, you just got to pay for it.
Even if you have strong internet, if the country decides they want to use your internet, does it matter? For a half hour, they were like, we're going to use your service. And I was like, okay, there's not much I can do about that.
It's, I think moving forward, I think we should talk about, like you were saying, about the internet, depending on where you're staying. If there isn't NAWEC out there isn't any lights. There's certain things I think that we should talk about, because people talk about purchasing land and you're not in the city area, you purchase land, but then you get out there and you're like, oh, wait, I can't get NAWEC. Oh, no, NAWEC is not out here yet. And if you come out here, you got to pay for the poles. You see what I'm saying? But these are things I think that would be beneficial to our viewers. And these are just things that we're learning as we're going along.
Exactly. So here was the problem. COVID hit. I'll say for me, COVID hit. My company said, work from home until we tell you to come back. And then I spent a lot of my time on YouTube. And all of a sudden, I'm hearing that you can buy land relatively inexpensively in the Gambia. And I'm like, well, okay, that sounds kind of good. Okay. Looking around me, there were a lot of people who thought the same way. But unlike me, they weren't ready to make the move. And so not knowing where a locale is in the country is the first mistake when purchasing land. So we talked about other groups of people. They come as a group. So even if they live outside of the regular area, they live in the village or in the bush, they're all together. And then they're free to buy land and populate the area around them. And then they have Chinatown, Little Italy, Ghana Town. Okay.
They create their own. They don't mind living together, just like Jamaicans. I used to see Jamaicans and Haitians in Jersey. They're like, dang, they living and Mexicans, they living on top of each other. Next thing you know, everybody got a truck. Everybody moved out. Everybody got a house. I'm like, oh, that's smart.
Exactly. So when we come here, we didn't come letting a lot of people know what we were doing, right? Because most of us aren't receptive to the idea that you could come to Africa, that you could buy land. So you don't even have the financial backing and support of family and friends where you could be like, oh, let's get these many acres and begin to build. So I think that's another reason why we are disjointed. But I would say moving forward, there's a particular locale that you should consider. Now, when I say that, I'm careful when expressing that because once you mention it, the cost of that location could go up. Oh, is that where they're all going? Great. Let's charge them 3 times the amount. So we have to move in silence. We have to be very careful. We're already seeing that the cost of land has increased. So what could be
where people want to stay.
Say it again.
The location. That makes a huge difference. They're seeing people like, oh, I'm in Bruford, I'm in Bruceby, something used to be X amount, 100,000 Dalasi, now is 1.234 million. It's like, Ninja, I'm not paying that.
Right. That's right.
I'm not paying that. But I also don't want to be in the city. These are things that people have to educate themselves and find out what they want. You gotta know what you want. Come visit.
You have to know what you want, and you have to understand the distance. So when you say, I don't want to be in a city, we know that the further out you go, the less it's going to be compared to being in a city. And that's like any major area. If I want to live in Manhattan, it's going to cost me an arm and a leg. If I move out to Queens, even that's changing now, or out to Staten Island or Long Island, right? Exactly. Or Brooklyn. So funny thing, I met a young lady here and she said she was from Brooklyn. I was like, oh, wow, look at that. But so when you live, see what happens is this. Normally, when you move to a location, the infrastructure is already set up, right? There are certain things that you need to make it a livable town. I'm going to put that in quotes. This is what we used to do. You had a bank, you had the schools, you had the church, you had a supermarket. What else was there possibly? Like a general store, right? Out of, once you passed Turntable, going toward Tangi, up in that area, in Ghana Town, you're not going to you're not having access to a bank. You're not having access to a major supermarket. And because this is a cash country, you need money. You need access to money, or you need Echo Pay online, or they have Wave now. There's other ways to pay remotely, but I'm still not sure how that works, and I'm not active that way. So I need a little bit of cash every now and again. That means for the average person who lives way out, they have to do more driving. And so you're going to find yourself shopping more because you're not going to get a large refrigerator. You're not going to get a freezer. You're not buying a whole month's supply of food, because what happens when the electricity goes out? All that stuff is spoiled and you have to throw it away. So now, and because food is fresh, that's the other thing, right? Vegetables are fresh, fruits are fresh. The shelf life is going to be shorter. So you are not buying in bulk. So chances are, depending on where you are, what your diet is, you may want to shop maybe 3 or 4 times a week.
Or creating your own. This is how I'm looking at it. The entrepreneurial mindset. If it's, so say I decide to move to the Gambia, right? Say I'm staying in Farafenye, right? Which is not too far from Brikama, right? Now, I would want to connect with the other diasporans. They may not necessarily be African Americans, right? But I would want to connect with other diasporans, and the community has to build up the community, right? For me, if I live there, I know that there are certain things that I'm gonna want. Okay, so I'm gonna have to either have a store connected to my home, right? Or have a supermarket or some type of store in the community. But this is why I say I don't want to be in the city, because I need some land, right? I want to help develop the community, but that's just based off of, even if I'm just being selfish. Oh, I want this. Oh, I want that. I'm creating that so I can enjoy it, right? But the community is going to be able to enjoy it. And then the out in the villages is different. They're like, wait, you're bringing things out here to us? They don't even want you. It's like you the mayor. They don't want you to leave. I got to go back to America. No, we don't want you to go. Look, damn it. I got to go. I'll be back, But it's when you come into Africa, you definitely have to have a different mindset, because it's not like you said. You go out further, there isn't a bank, right? They have Wave. Everybody using Wave now, which is their, I guess, banking system. I don't know.
Right.
But I know it has to be some type of GT bank. It has to be a bank out there. But the thing with me is, this is why I'm pushing. I do my own.
No, it doesn't have to be a bank out there. Where I'm at, there's no bank. There's no bank until I come into Turntable. That's when I hit the first bank.
Oh, hold on one second. Hey, fat girl, whoever you are, then bye. Thank you, Smiley Coast. Smiley Coast said, well, then get out of the chat then. Let me just block this person, because I think somebody I think they got a little boyfriend and they said, let me stop. Okay. Right. You're not going on them like that. Oh, they don't know what's going on. So, but these are great things. These are, because honestly, you don't want to have a bunch of money on you, right?
Exactly.
You don't want to have a bunch of money on you, but these are things when you come there and you visit and you learn the area, the location, you're not going to buy. I wouldn't say buy the first time you come there. Just educate yourself. That way you can make a better decision. You can make an educated decision. And then you see what's in the areas. You made a great point, right? Because I'm like, I'm going out West Bumble, you know where, right? Okay, so you're out there. If there isn't a bank, you better have Wave on your phone. Right? I want a garden. I want to eat more plant-based anyway, right? I can get some fish from anywhere, and have a friend with be best friends with a daggone fisherman or something. But it's just knowing what you want out of life, knowing what you need, and making it happen. We just can't. What works for you, Miss L, may not work for me, and that's what we have to look at. But it's not easy. Once you hit the ground, you run around. You're like, oh my God, I'm so damn tired. Right? Did I get anything done today? You can't really help anyone else out because you run around for yourself.
That's right. So what, you need a car? Because if you rely on public transportation when you're far out, let's talk about when it's raining during the rainy season. How do you get around when there's puddles and you need gas? But the gasoline station is not around the corner. Okay.
Gas cans, right? Yeah, some gas cans. They're different. We're going back in time.
Yes.
And for us, like when I was talking to Bag, Uncle Rick was like, I was like, it's like I'm going back in time. And he was like, yeah, it's like, but it's like we get a second chance. However, going back in time, we didn't forgot how to take the SIM card out. We like, what the hell are y'all doing? We have to, we're going back in time, but we also have to literally go back in time and do what we used to do back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever, right? But like I said, when you were going, I was saying that this is everything that we're going through now. This is what is going to make us come together. Even if the Willie Lynch syndrome did divide us, this is what's going to bring us together because we have to depend on each other. If we're in a strange land, we're in a strange land. We weren't brought up there. You know, how we think is not how they think. Even with our English is different. They speak British English. Cheers. I know you say cheers, right? But it's like sometimes people be talking. I never understood what Juliet and Adrian was saying. Then they got he got the island accent. I'm like, bro, I don't know what the hell you saying, right? I don't know what you're saying. So it's different. It's different, but we have to come together and we have to build things for each other. I'm so grateful to you, Miss L. You have really spearheaded this since what happened with Anja, and we know that you lost a friend, someone you knew. So it's like you're doing this, but you're still going through pain and still not knowing what happened to the sister. You know what I mean? So I have to say, I thank you. I'm so grateful that I met you. I didn't realize we have so much in common because I'll be working out with you all the time. And shopping. I'll be like, Miss L, I ain't going to shop with you this time. You're going to get me in trouble. Let me get a husband first. But we do appreciate you. We appreciate you. We appreciate Bag. We appreciate every person that is doing right to help each other, whether we're coming there to visit or whether we're coming there to live. We have to look out for each other. We are strangers in a strange land.
I agree.
But I'm gonna let y'all go. I've been on here for 4 hours. I want to work out again. I did a little workout, but I need to do some Tae Bo, right? I gotta get this weight off me. But and it's still early here. It's only 6 o'clock. Jennifer James, I'm enjoying this live, and I thank you so much for coming on. And I appreciate you, and I hope you get every penny back. Jennifer James, thank you for the comment, and I pray those things too. If not, I'm just gonna keep fighting. I'm gonna keep fighting. I do want to say this: these two people. Pro said your expenditures should not exceed your net monthly income. If you're not making any income, you should not be spending freely, or your money is going to finish before you know it. And he must be Gambian because he said your money is going to finish. That's how they say your money is done. Right? And it's the truth. But we know that some people, if you're not ready to transition and live on the continent, do not be a burden to anyone else that has prepared to come there and live there. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Now, Will Smith, bruh, I love you to life, but what is he talking about? That man needs his allowance. Who? No man needs an allowance. Unless no man needs an allowance. A boy needs an allowance, but a man don't need an allowance. God made a man.
What do they call them? How do the men there address each other?
Boy.
There you go.
Boy.
Just here.
And you know, the thing is like I know with some of the men a certain age, I'm like, you know, if they don't call me no boy, Nigel. I'm like, first of all, it's a little different. You hear the young people saying the N-word, ninja, right? But I feel like their boy is like our ninja.
Oh.
Because it's not, they call old men boy. The dudes call the girls boy. You know how many times they're like boy, blah 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 blah. I'm like, I'm not a boy, I'm a girl. You know what this the code. I'm like, I know, I'm just messing with you. So I think that is, they're not saying it like the two, but where we come from, that's cultural. Don't call me no. You hear, dude, it's your man, not your boy. Ain't nobody call you no fucking boy. Nobody's calling you a boy, even though you acting like one at times. It's your boy, not your man, right? But nobody's calling you a boy. This is why I say we have to learn the culture. Because if not, it's different. So we'll be like, we'll take offense, and there's no offense. It's just that's like the ninja word, boy. It's with love. I love the way you say it though. So he says a boy needs an allowance. The man needs an allowance. The boyfriend or husband experience is not free after you have passed your sugary time. So, Will, I love you to life, but I know you're joking. I just don't agree with this, right? No, that's not the African way. The African way is the man is the head of the household. This is why we have so many women, so many alpha women. They get married and they still want to wear the pants in a relationship. I just want to be a woman. Let me take my rightful place. I don't want to carry another damn bag in the household. Right? No trash. I'm not taking no trash out. You wait till I get a husband. Taking trash out. Why would I do that? Bringing bags in the house. I'm not doing that. That's your job. Because I'm going to do my womanly duties, right? But I just feel that I'm not going to be nobody's sugar mama. There's a woman, I'm a sugar mama. I don't mind being a sugar mama. That's on you. That's not how I'm built. I'm not taking care of no man. And it's just, he said the women walk up to the men for the paper. Are you talking about in the Gambia? Well, that's what they're going to do because they're looking at us. Oh, I'm a Nigerian living in the UK. Okay.
Oh, honey, I wanted to talk to you about some of the people that come on Kendra G. Did I show you that? We're going to have to do another live because they are boldly asking for American women. You got Nigeria. This man here is Nigerian. Pro. If you're watching Kendra G, you got Nigerians saying that they don't want to date Nigerian women. They want American women. Look, that's not a flex, American women. If a dude is saying, oh no, I don't respect and love someone that has the same culture as me, born from the same country as I am, that's not a flex. Sorry, brother, go and fix yourself.
It's more like self-hate, right?
Yeah, you need to go and fix yourself.
I saw the one that you sent me with the
the Gambian man.
Yo, I can't. She's like, and he's like, you hear the person telling him what to say. That's the funny part. And he's sitting there like, oh no. See, I'm here by myself. I'm like,
straight up lying. Okay.
And we hear the she's like, and she's telling him, we hear someone giving you the answers. Oh no, I'm here. Turn the phone the other way. Oh no, he just came to knock in at. I'm like, but Gambians will say that too. Gambian men have told me, I don't want a Gambian woman. So now we even got to think about that. Now we're coming there, we're single. The men want us, they want us for different reasons, right?
Yes.
Whether it is because we're grown and we know what to do in the bedroom, right? It's not. But then that puts a target on our back because it's like the men are saying we don't want a Gambian woman. So I asked them why. I don't want a dependent.
But you want to be a dependent.
Well, the men that are saying this, they're not bumpsters, dick, right?
Okay.
They're not bumpsters. They want an African American or someone from the West because they know how we're built. We're business women, right?
No. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Let's just try to break this down a little bit because there seems to be something happening here. So coming from America and hearing the words from men's mouths, right? You got men in America saying that they want their women friendly and feminine and that we are too independent. So they're going to Africa. They're saying, go to Africa to get the submissive woman. Now, the women that I've met, business women who have traveled and are doing things, you think they're trying to be submissive here in the Gambia?
You talk about Gambian women?
Yeah.
No, because they are
No, they're not.
educated. They're
Uh-huh.
educated, right?
Okay.
Go ahead. I
So
want
now,
to see where you're going.
here's the Gambian man saying that I don't want the Gambian woman. She is not submissive. She's educated. So then why is he coming to the American woman? Because she's not submissive and she's educated also. What is the difference that makes him attracted to the American woman?
So let me okay, so what was said to me, because that I think the way you asked it is kind of like a two-part question. Now, the Gambian woman that is educated, she got options, right? She has options now because she's educated. She has a job. She may not be making US money, but she's making her own money. Not like the Gambian woman that is from the village. No disrespect. It's just this is the culture,
what you're
right?
saying. Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was talking to the people. I don't want them to come.
I know, but they know, you know.
So what happens is the Gambian woman, she is just sometimes, if it's a arranged marriage, they send the girl to the village for her to learn how to cook, clean, this, that. She can't go to school, right? Because all she's supposed to do is be a housewife.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that's good, bad, or indifferent, but if the man, imagine a woman that's doing that, she's cooking, she's this, she has the baby, she's overweight now, this, that, and the third. Now he wants somebody younger. What can she say? Nothing, because she's totally dependent on him for everything.
Okay.
Right? So now the younger men, I'm talking about younger men that are educated and have a degree. They like, look, I saw how my dad suffered taking care of all these women. I want someone that, can help me. I want a partner, not a dependent, right? Now, when it comes to the Gambian women that are educated, I said that. Well, why don't you get a Gambian? They don't want us. Everyone wants some. They all want out, Miss L. They all want out, whether they have an education or not. They want out, and they don't. Now, don't get me wrong. They want out, but they want us. Like you said, it's not a flex. They want us because they can get out. Yeah. When they want a relationship, a real relationship, they going back to their own people in their tribe.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. So we because when you're talking about the way that's usually done here, it's always with an older woman. So if you're trying to attach yourself to that older woman who is educated and who has established herself, she has money in most cases, then the reality is that a lot of these women that I've heard, they don't really have a lot of money. Some of them, it's the government that pays them to go on vacation, or the government allows them like welfare for the number of children that they have. And they give them money for clothing. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, in some European countries, the government gives you money for vacation. And so they spend a little bit of dollars over here. So it ends up making sense because it.
Hear that? Damn, the UK, they really be giving them everything?
Yeah, but it's not.
They better not say anything bad about the government, though. They'll take everything I hear.
But when you hear the word welfare in America, people be thinking that somebody said to me once, well, don't you get money every 2 weeks? Or if you don't have a job, can't you go somewhere and get food and housing? And I was like, where? Because I want to know.
You can go to a food bank, right? But I mean, sometimes you go to the food bank.
Who wants to be living that kind of life? Who wants to be? I don't want to go to a food. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree. I agree.
Somebody's giving you something that's free, but it's bread and water. Does that mean that that's where you want to go?
Or genetically modified? It's. This is why I say I wish that through the foundation that I can have people to come back and forth, because a lot of things happen because we don't understand each other.
Right.
Right?
Misinformation also.
They have no idea who we are. You can't even share something that has to do with slavery. They be like, oh, I don't want to hear that. Oh my God, I don't want. I'm like, yeah, you don't want to hear it, but we lived through it. So if you want to know why we are the way we are, then try to educate yourself on what has happened. They always want to talk about George Floyd. I'm like, there's so many people that died before George Floyd, and there's so many people that died after George Floyd.
That's right.
So it's he said those Nigerians saying they only want AA women sound like scammers. Avoid them. Those are types to unalive women for profit. I do agree in a certain aspect, but like I said, pro you know, the people that were saying this, I don't know about the Nigerians, but the Gambians that were saying this, they're educated and they're seeing how traditionally their parents and their grandparents suffered, and they're like, we want something different. I was so surprised when they said, I want a partner. I'm like, but some of these people are progressive with their thinking. Some people aren't. Some people are. And it doesn't matter if they're educated or not. I knew an engineer. He could fix stuff. Did common sense, it was out the window. I'm like, what? We can't have a regular, bro. I'm not an engineer. I can't talk to you on this level, right? Come down, right? He nothing regular. He just didn't know. So it depends on the person, but they're saying that they don't want dependence. You know, and if you listen to some Gambians, they're like, oh man, they love money dick. And I mean, I ain't gonna lie, some of the women, some of the men too, but some of the women, I'm like, so you don't have any, you're saying you're poor and you're gonna spend $60,000 a year. You're somebody sending you $60,000 and you're gonna spend that on the phone, and you're saying you're poor. I don't understand. So
yeah, it's like being poor, but you got Air Jordans on, or you're poor and you're getting nice stuff for Christmas.
How are they buying Air Jordans though? Because we know Jordans. There's a store in Bruceby by GT Bank, and I went in there before I went to the concert, and they have the glass shelves, glass case, all Jordans in there. I said, these must be fake and from China, because
they're probably fake. They're probably fake. Maybe they're used and they're just made to look clean. But I'm talking about in the States. Remember, they had the young women with babies with the Air Jordan baby shoes on, you know.
So our people wear this is why I say that, you know, when they say, oh, sister, you got money, why do I have money? Oh, because you dress nice and you got a nice car. I said, but I'm walking right now, so how do I got money? Oh, you have a compound. I don't have it. I'm staying with people, right? You're judging me based off of what I'm wearing. That's ignorant, because African people want to wear all the money that they have, they wearing it. Jewish people don't do that. I mean, sometimes you be like, damn, are they homeless? No, but I guarantee if they see their house, their bank account, their IRA, their retirement, that's where their money is going. But we wear everything, just like you were saying. The babies, you gonna buy a baby Air Jordans. The baby foot gonna grow in like 2 weeks. We fail. My people perish for the lack of knowledge. So. But free things come with strings attached. They sure do. Ain't nothing free. We know ain't nothing free in this world.
It's a transaction.
And people need to be careful because of the transactions, because I mean, let's just be clear about this, right? If y'all have ever went to a store and looked for those little plastic things, right? Protection. I think they finally got Magnums there and Trojans now. This is why I say small things. You ship over small things. You can be somebody did that with chewing gum. Right? Because it's an island, so you got to ship everything over. But I mean, they only have those plastic protections for the Indians. I mean, they got Indian people on the package. Okay, so let's keep it G. How many people are really using the protection?
Yeah.
Right now, you remember what we were taught growing up, we know that ish ain't true, but everybody got the 3 letters, right? Or the 4 letters, right? That's what they want to act like everybody in Africa. But the fact that so many people are like, yeah, let's roll it. I'm like, y'all know they messing with these 2. I can't. I just.
Oh, they had an article about that. I'm going to try to find it for you. I remember reading somewhere, and it said that the rate of STDs are increasing in the United Kingdom, and I just started laughing. So I'm going to try to find that for you.
And then these people are coming there. Someone, one of my drivers told me about a situation. He dropped a girl off at a hotel with a 2-bob, right? The 2-bob called, oh, can you drop this person off? He picked the person up, drop him off. Gambian woman, right? Gambian girl, I'm hoping she's of age. I'm assuming she's of age. She comes out, she's talking to the driver, and she's like, whatever she's saying to him. The 2-bob comes out. Oh, now he's talking to the driver. I'm gonna pay her, blah, blah, blah. And then he says, because the girl was like, I told him we could enjoy, but he has to use protection. I'm gonna pay her. I don't want to use protection. So the driver looks at the Gambian girl and says, sister, why the hell are you doing this? Right? So my thing is everyone has to take freaking responsibility for their actions.
Yeah.
Gambian's gonna say, oh, they come here doing this, doing that. You have the control over your own bodily parts. You don't have to say yes. Don't say, and then y'all selling yourself short for less than $20. You a $2 hoe? This is why I say they're gonna turn me into a madam. Okay? Because I don't understand. You $2? So the man said, oh, just drop her off, and then you can go pick somebody else up. What? So, if y'all gonna go over there and have fun, you make sure you have your little protection in your own. Bring your own. Brandon George brought his own protection to Ghana to be with Art Kathy. Okay? So, bring your own protection. Yes, y'all caught that. Bring your own protection because they may have some that don't fit. And then the dude is going to be saying, oh, it's okay. I can't get you pregnant. Pregnancy ain't the worst thing that.
That's right.
The Nigerian men saying they only want AA are like scammers because most Nigerians online are not planning or marrying multiple wives like the Gambians. They are saying similar things because most Nigerians are Christians, right? They don't do the multiple wives, right?
Most of them are Christians.
Yes. Yo, wait, hold on. Who is this? Keeping it real. I was a madam in the 90s. Wilma Riley Jacobs. I'm about to be a madam in the 21st century because the women are going to do what they want. They want, but I don't want them to. Hey, I'll help y'all out. Give me a little fee. This is my consultation fee. I'm not a pimp, but I will introduce you. Breaking news: condoms are laced with toxic chemicals. What about the lambskin ones? Look, okay, I'm gonna leave that one alone because I'm not gonna get deep into that. We need to, Miss L, we need to have a grown and sexy on my channel live. We need to do that behind the scenes because these are conversations that I feel like we need to have, right?
But breaking news, there's a lot of stuff floating around here. There's a lot of stuff floating around here. We have to do something. What are you worried about? The toxic chemicals? It's safer not to use them. Where did they say that AIDS started? I'm just saying.
What they told us, we don't know, but what did they say?
I'm just saying that's what they said.
Exactly.
They were telling us. AIDS was rampant in Africa. I don't know exactly all of the countries of Africa, but
that's what we were told.
I remember being told that the men believe if plastic chemicals I'll take the plastic chemicals.
Somebody said plastic chemicals versus
That's
STDs.
right.
Come on now, right?
Thank you. I'm taking the plastic chemicals.
And you don't even have to do the plastic. They have the lambskin ones. They have female protection, right?
Yeah,
there are
that's
different
right.
ways. You
But you're
just have
right.
to protect
Bring your
yourself
own.
because some of these dudes are out here. They
They all
finessing
over the place. They all
everyone.
over
Come on, man. My ex, that was community P. That was community ding-a-ling. He had how many girlfriends? Right? One is my age. One is the childhood girlfriend. We go to the club. God only knows. He's like, yeah, you know how many women be trying to holler at me at the club? No, I'm on the dance floor, but I know you come looking for me because you scared that one of these dudes that got some paper up in this club go holler at me. Yeah, I should have left your behind right where you were. STDs are life-changing and some lead to death. Yeah, I don't understand that one. Yeah. I mean, I'll take my chances with the plastic chemicals. I think you might have to take your chances. The big A is way more powerful and dangerous. I know, y'all. Okay, so Pro-Life says there are many Muslims in Nigeria, but those are not online. Okay. Yeah. So, Pro U. I think we'll take our chances with the for those that want to have some enjoyment. We'll take our chances with the toxic chemicals because nobody wants something that. We'll take our chances, but there are different options. That's what I'm saying, right? There's people that are allergic to the plastic. They use the lambskin. So just because one doesn't work, they make how many types of protection?
But like you're saying, bring your own. You're not going to go to a local store and find it. Bring your own.
You're going to find a baby one for the little with the little Indian people on there. You're going to open it. You'll be like, what the hell is this?
A balloon. Get a balloon.
Let's go make some water balloons. No more enjoyment. We about to go play with water balloons.
Now that is safe sex.
Oh God, y'all take care. I'm gonna go, Miss L. I know it's after 1:30.
It's 1:30.
You'll be living it up. I can't wait. Just pray for me. God send me a husband. I'll be there in 3 to 5 years. I'm gonna be there before then. God send me a husband. His behind gonna be here. I'm be like, all right, I'm going to the Gambia. You leaving me? Yep. You take care of Stella. I'll see y'all later. Feed her some rice. DS, be safe. Use what works for you. Exactly. Miss L, we will talk behind the scenes to see when we're going to do another town hall. But I appreciate you all. Thank you so much, you all. It's been 4.5 hours. I am not breaking this video down. I am not breaking it down, but I might just be sitting here talking crap. But you all have a great night. Happy Saturday. Happy Sunday, Miss L. And I'll see you all next time. Yeah.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. Oh, wait. Keep an eye out. I just uploaded and redeemed another gift card. So keep an eye out, okay? All right. Take care, guys.